listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to Kings Park, Eastland. Match of the round, Upper Ferntree Gully taking on Oakleigh District, an 8-point clash in Division 3. It is 5th versus 6, and it doesn't get any bigger than this with 5 up for grabs today. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Football Netball League, joined by Wayne Brasher and Scott Hart. Brash, I believe we've got you now all set up, ready to go for a massive game. And it's good to have you back after a couple of weeks listening at home on a Saturday.
Yeah, it is. And look, I've got very fond memories of the Upper Gully Football Club. I've followed this club. I've been around this area for 30 years. And when I drove around today and I walked through the crowd again, it just warmed my heart again to see so many people here cheering this club on. It's one of the most well-supported clubs in the Eastern Football Netball League, and one of the most well-run too. The amount of food and drink and camaraderie, everyone is. It's a great atmosphere, and it's a very family atmosphere as well.
It certainly is, and Melbourne has turned it on with one of the worst weather days of the year, Scott, and just the crowd already, just walking in, a sea of red and blue in the grandstand here in front of us and under the marquees. So they've really packed this out for a massive day for the club, and obviously it's a very important game in the context of their season, Scott, and it's certainly a pleasure to finally actually get out here because they've had a tough run in previous years. This year they've come to Division 3. They've won some games. They're in the hunt for the finals, and it's a great step forward for the club and going into potentially a final series this year or whatever it lays ahead next season.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan, and great to be sitting alongside you, Brash. Thanks for coming back and joining us. But obviously, for those tuning in on YouTube, you can see the crowd behind us sitting in here. We're amongst the people.
Yeah,
I like that feeling a lot.
Exactly.
I will be out with the people, though, where it really matters, out in the cold later on. And as I look out there, Ryan, I just think this is the day that you could stand up and make a name for yourself, not just for the footy club, but probably on the media team, because I think you're joining me down boundary side. So if anyone wants to step up if anyone wants to step up and replace the man who's our media manager and really put themselves into finals contention, I would say there's some big names sitting alongside.
Did you bring the gumboots?
The call.
I've got my boots on today. You can't see them on camera quite yet, but I've never wear boots. I've got pants on today. I've really suited up for the wet conditions out there.
You're going to earn your stripe today, gents.
I don't know whether Besto will pull the pin or Wardy, so we'll see.
Scotty, absolutely right. There's some good spots, some commentary spots come finals and grand finals up on the line today for whoever wants to.
And those that put themselves out in the elements, just putting my hand up there as well.
That's absolutely right.
Let's just say it wins your brownie points.
Oh, it certainly will, but I'm looking forward to it. I've spent the morning out in the rain already at the women's game. My partner played her first game for Baroni. It was a good contest with the Hawks and Wanturna South.
What was the score? And how did it go? Scoring goals or in the votes?
I don't think she would be in the votes or didn't kick any goals. I think Wanty South.
Jess has become the all-rounder, mate. She fills in for netball, football,
footy.
When's she on the media team? When's she coming onto the media team?
She'll be doing boundary today if I can.
And she also umpires netball. I mean,
yes.
A woman of many talents.
Certainly right. I think it was about 40 points that Wanturna South won. It was a ground that I actually kicked 3 goals in a quarter at, Scotty.
And he's going to constantly remind her of it too.
Absolutely.
Were you umpiring at the time?
No. It was a very dangerous quarter. And Wanturna South just couldn't stop.
What was the ground like? Because we're obviously here, and you can look out here. It's quite a bit of a bog at the moment, and I don't know how the rain's going to go throughout the rest of the afternoon.
Well, Templeton certainly is in better condition than probably a lot of the grounds, including this one, because there's not as many games played there, and it's more of a backup for Wanturna South. So, having a look at some of the photos people are sending me across all grounds today. There's not many grounds that are in good nick. East Ringwood Reserve, where we had the women's match of the round, seemed to be holding up pretty well, Brash. There's just, I think someone sent a video from Sylvan Recreation Reserve. It looks like it's underwater. Tormore Reserve's not far off it. So it's going to be a factor in today's games, for sure.
And the thing is, look, probably the weather in Melbourne, we've probably had 2 weeks really of solid rain, right? we haven't had a day where it's been a drying sort of day with no sun or anything. We've had weather where it's not been raining, but it's been overcast. But this week it's been really. We've had the last 5 days it's just rain. It's more overnight than it is during the day.
Yeah. And you can't even get the mower out. You bog it. So I don't know how we're going to go out here today.
Mum bought me one of those, those plastic ones. The ones that doesn't have a motor.
Oh, the manual
Really?
pusher.
Yeah, no, but this one's the updated version of it. It's got a catcher in it. She said, you might want to wheel that one around. I said, what?
Brilliant. And of course, split round is continuing this week for Premier Division and Division 1 as well. So there's less games across this afternoon. Before we get to some of those games around the grounds and speak to the two coaches before this massive clash, it is TAC road safety round, which is an important round to acknowledge. When it does come to road safety, we're all on the same team. And across today, all the senior clubs, reserves, the 19s, the women's, and then the juniors on Sunday. All players will be wearing blue armbands to represent every life lost on our roads and serve as a reminder that we all have a responsibility to play our role. And very important messages across from the TAC AFL Victoria, and it's glad that the Eastern Football Netball League is a part of one of those leagues getting on board for TAC's road safety round.
And it's probably very timely, Ryan, that this message goes out, especially in the driving conditions that we all have to put up with at the moment. This is when you've got to be really careful, and this is when you've got to heed the message, Scotty.
You do indeed. So it's going to test a lot of people, but a lot of people have found their way to come down here. Got a good amount of parking, which I like here, and mostly
good.
bitumen as well, which is good. So it saves the car getting bogged.
Yes, definitely right. I was a bit worried about that coming to the ground today, but let's have a look at some of those games around the grounds. We're going to start from the bottom. We'll start with Division 4, and the biggest game in Division 4 this weekend, I think by far, is the Chirnside Park versus Kilsyth game. Top 4 is locked in. The 4 will play finals in Chirnside Park. Kilsyth, Scoresby and Whitehorse. It's just going to determine what order the top 4 will arrange itself and who finishes in the double chance. Chirnside Park have not lost at home at Kimberley Reserve. They've been such a strong side and made that ground a bit of a fortress out there, Dave Newlands and the crew. And Kilsyth, on the other hand, as good as they are at Pinks Reserve, they probably haven't taken a big scalp on the road. So it's a big chance for them just to make a statement, because they're not going to play home finals. They're going to be at East Ringwood Reserve, and they do. I mean, of course, they have played a couple of finals there last season, but just for their confidence and momentum going into a final series, a scalp here would be big for the club.
Yeah, they do actually, you're right, they do need a scalp, Ryan. I guess out of the 4, they've probably been the poor 4th team at the moment compared to the other 3. If you look at Scoresby, Chirnside and Whitehorse Pioneers, a lot of them, they've had a lot of highlight games between them so far. Kilsyth, not so much. They haven't punished sides. They've just been workmanlike. But a day like today, right, where the conditions are, if this had been a sort of prevailing day last year in the grand final, I reckon they would have won that grand final because it was wet and heavy. I reckon this is a game that's tailor-made for them today, and this is their opportunity, right? I know they sit a game behind the other 3. They win, right? It keeps them in that mix to finish in the top 2.
It does.
The thing is, I think the club's been a little bit overshadowed by the Justin Van Unen 1,000 goal.
It's probably been a distraction.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I just think that probably the least you talk about it, he'll get it done.
Yeah.
You know he's going to get it done. So when it happens, it happens.
I think our very own Blake Tennant's gone down to watch history being made down there. But, I'm with you, Brash. I just think they struggle to just find that consistent footy. The only team that they've beaten of sort of that same quality at home was Whitehorse. That was back in round 9, so on the 1st of June. They had a good win, 74-41. But, I just feel that like you said, that sort of top 4, they're just the bottom of that top 4. They just can't get that consistent back-to-back wins against that quality opposition. They find the wins fairly well. But I think Chirnside at home, I love Chirnside. I like what they're doing. I like their
Well, we
footy,
know
but
you
wet footy is going to test them anyway.
Yeah, certainly right. And we are lucky enough to be joined by Mark Fisher, the senior coach of the Upper Ferntree Gully Football Club. Mark, it's a pleasure to be out here. The first time we've been to Kings Park for a broadcast game in quite some time. It's been a long time since we've actually covered an Upper Ferntree Gully game, and it's good to finally see the boys in action.
Yeah, you bought the good weather too.
Certainly.
Luckily, the ground's held up fairly well. It'll probably the last one we get, and it'll turn a bit. But no, we're looking forward to the day.
Absolutely. It's a big crowd out here today, and certainly an important game for the context of your season, sitting sixth and a game behind Oakleigh District. So a win would put you back into equal fifth and really open up that finals door again.
Yeah, it does. We've put a bit of effort and energy in around the conversations for the next 4 weeks essentially, and this is the game that'll set it all up for us. If we can get this one, which we think we can. We matched up with them really well last time down on their deck. I don't think those boys, the Oakleigh boys, would have seen a deck like this for a while, so that might help us a little bit, play into our hands. We'll have a big day in the contest, and if we can get away with the 4 points at the end of the day, it's another big day for the club. We've got Lee Lawson's playing his 300th in the twos. 19's had a fantastic win against Upper Gully. Twos are right in this. They got beat last time, so hopefully we can get 3, and then we've got the girls on later on tonight as well. So
Certainly.
It should be a big day.
Absolutely. And you go back as well, that game earlier on in the season against Oakleigh District. It's a little bit of a different side. You've had a lot of key players out of the lineup. Do you take much from that game? Or obviously conditions are different again, different ground. Is it almost you sort of put that aside and it's a whole different game now with a different side as well? Or do you take a bit of confidence knowing that when you got a hold of them, you looked really good?
Yeah, no, I think the confidence about when we got a hold of them. If we can get our stuff right around the contest and put some energy into the ball and move the ball today, it's not going to be a pretty game of football. You've come out on a day, it's going to be ordinary to watch, and it's going to be stop, start. But if we can energise the ball and get it going forward, the players we had matched up really well. We have got 6 or 7 different, we lost the best hit-out ruckman in the comp. Our 2 key defenders are gone. We've lost a winger. We've lost a mid, one of our really strong mids. But, we're looking at it now. I said to the boys, we've picked this week on the stuff around Lee, his commitment to the club. So we've sort of picked on commitment and what you can bring to the team today, and it's just going to be around your effort and effort to compete. And if we can compete for long enough, I'll back my blokes in 100%. We've been good against good teams. We're young, and it's not an excuse, but it's real, and we just haven't been able to do it for long enough. So if we can do it for long enough, we're no problems.
That's where I was going to go to there, Mark, because the Upper Gully, even in the last 3 years, right, the personnel has changed so much. And even when I was looking at the team sheet today, I think I only recognised maybe 2 or 3 players, Rory Bailey and Curtis Karanjic.
Curtis Karanjic Powell.
Yeah. And then the
2
other,
captains.
and Lukey Strawn is another one. So, but the rest I don't know anything about. And I having a look at your form, and it seems quite obvious that with such a young side, your side's had quite a few peaks and troughs throughout the year. So the fact that you're still in contention for fifth spot actually is an achievement in itself at this stage of the season.
Yeah, look, we know we're young. We've got 5 or 6 under 19s playing today. We've got 3 that have overqualified now, so they can't go back. But we've got another 3 or 4 in today as well. So that's a good thing. We've tried to use the young fellas coming through, and I've got a way I like to do it, and it's using the club's personnel that you have, as opposed to a lot of other clubs will go and spend money. But we got Russell Cowan, and I've known Rusty for a long time from up at Mount Ev days, and he's come down. He's been some great experience for us. I've put it on him today. He's been a little bit off the last couple of weeks, so I've got him up for a big game today. And then blokes like Luke Strawn. Strawn, waited all year to play. He's been away, he's been injured, he's been up and down. But I spoke to him about 4 weeks ago and said, mate, you need to start doing these things.
Yeah.
And he's gone and done it, and he's kicking goals. And that's something we've struggled to do over the last few weeks, is kick goals. And as I said, we've lost a couple of defenders, so we're getting scored against a little bit. But we get enough looks. Our halfway point of the year, we're the number 1 scoring efficiency team for inside 50s to score. unfortunately, too many of them were points. You know, we kick a lot of points.
Yeah.
You know, so if we can straighten that up, and we did that last time against this mob. Now, again, completely different conditions, but players go in mindset. Teams like to play against certain teams. You know, we battle with Knox, and Knox will get the wood on you at times, and there's teams through the history that, you know, you go to the AFL, Geelong and Hawthorn for years.
Yeah.
You can't. There's just some teams that you match up well against, and players come in with a better mindset. And that's what I'm hoping we get today.
It would be remiss of me if I didn't mention the skipper, who's been probably the best player at this football club over the last three seasons.
Yep.
Consistently plays at a high energy and high octane. I've taken note that he's probably been in your best players in the last. In the last 2 years, I reckon he's only missed being in the top 6 2 times.
Yep.
I think it's a testament. And how is he handling the responsibility now that you've made him the skipper? Because it seems like he's gone up to another level now.
So you're talking about Rory, because we got dual captains.
Oh,
so
yeah, I'm talking about Rory.
Yeah. So no, look, I had Rory at Eastland Rangers when I was coaching there, and I've known his old man for a long time. I used to play footy against his old man, so I've known him for a long time. He's one of the reasons when a club comes and present, or I come and present to a club to coach, and you make connections. It was some kids on you, and there's him, and there's Alex Giarini. There's kids that I've known through the junior pathway, but Rory gives everything he's got for the club. His old man did the same. Rory hasn't been well the last month and a half. Not training, but gets himself up for Saturday, and his form's been a little bit off himself. He hasn't kicked as many as he did in the first part of the year, but he puts his hand up every week, and I cannot question his commitment. He was a little bit embarrassed getting the captaincy because he played cricket all summer and he didn't train a lot, and he wasn't sure it was right. And I said, mate, if the boys vote, you know, the boys vote, you take it. He's going to give away cricket. He's going to concentrate on footy now. That'll be better for us going forward as well.
Most definitely.
You know, following up for next year.
And with what you spoke about, a few key defenders out. Obviously, Oakleigh got a man in Mark Stevens, kicked 51 goals for the club. What's your attack on him today? And obviously the weather conditions might dull him a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a marking day, so that'll help us. We had a couple of options we'll look at. The first one will go, pretty close checking and just stay with him. If we can get it to ground, we think we're okay. And that's it. I don't think it's going to be a marking day. I'm backing the boys in one-on-one across the ground. We'll get our right matchups. The defensive coach Liam's very good. He generally gets it right, and he'll find them. We'll make change straight away if we need to. We won't let it go too long if it gets away. But I think today, if we look at it, the game's going to be won in the middle of the ground. Yeah. If we can get it, you watch this game now. If you can get it inside your half, the ball's not coming back out. So if we can get it in, we set up behind it, and we just keep getting re-entry, I think we'll be okay. And then on the other side of it, if they get a hold of it, we've got to get it out as quick as we can so they can't lock us back in there, and we just got to try and get the ball forward.
And just looking around, obviously around the club, we spoke to your president as well before, and it's a club that sort of seems to be building. You've said it's a young club, but it sort of looks like it's turning into that family-friendly club, that community club. Can you sort of just explain a bit about how the community is? Because like I said, you look around, it's got a good feel. It's got a really good feel.
Yeah, it's a great club full of great people, and again, that's part of the reason I like to be at the club. We had a talk halfway through the year. Will I go again? Want to go again? All those sorts of things. And I was really keen. Club. It was an easy conversation. It is genuinely good people. Every club has an odd rat bag here and there, but it gets stamped out pretty quick here. Across the playing groups. As I said, you look at our 19's going to play finals. You look at the 2's going to play finals. Look at us. Hopefully going to play. Haven't done that for a long time.
No.
Changed around, and it is all basically homegrown. So that's the thing. And I said, you have a day like today, and we had, ex-coach and a mate of mine, Andy Heyman, come up Thursday night and speak about Lee Lawson. Timmy Edwards came today, spoke about Lee Lawson, ex-coach as well, and played here. And the Lawson family,
yes.
we spoke about, Andy spoke about if you do what the AFL you have legends and all those things. You don't make it one person, you make the whole family. And that's the thing. You look at Craig. Craig's running around today, the president. We're short of canteen staff, coffee person didn't turn up.
Don't have the singer tonight. You've got no singer.
The singer's crook, so we're just going to listen to his, I'll say record. I don't know what it is anymore. But and the day's seamless.
Yep.
You know, it's still, people just put their hand up and do it, you know. So, as I said, that's the reason. You look at the people that come back to celebrate someone like Lee today, and as I said, hopefully we can do the job up in the scene as well. It'll be a great night. Yep. And even if not, they're good people.
Yeah.
Absolutely right, and even we've just got here, and Craig's been phenomenal in the hour that we've been here, and it's great to finally get out to Kings Park. Mark, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time. Yeah. All the best today for a big game for the club.
No worries at all. Thanks for you.
Thanks, Mark.
The senior coach of the Upper Ferntree Football Club, and it's been great to see that the side getting some wins back on the board this year and in finals contention. And as you said, it's a proud club. They've had some rough years the last couple of seasons on the field with their results, but this year's been
because they had the double.
For them.
I think they had the double dip.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Division 1, Division 2, and now Division 3.
When this club was flying, right, this was the it place in the gully that you wanted to be. When Upper Gully were up and firing, everyone, and I know that from the history of this football club, when this club is firing, it just brings people and it brings players to the club. So if they, all right, if they miss finals this year, but they improve again and win, at the moment they're 5-9. They're still a chance of playing finals. If they could finish the year with 9-9, win their last 4 games, and finish the season 50-50, that's something for them to build on.
And certainly right.
And the thing with that, Brash, with your point, because obviously we're speaking to Craig, the president, and his belief is like, yeah, there was obviously those good years where they're up and about, but it's now about they're not there, so it's just creating a successful, happy club and something that is going to set them in for foundations going forward. And obviously, in turn, their 19s reserves are playing good footy.
That's right.
And I also think too, Ryan, as we were talking, as Scotty and I were talking to Craig, this is now a real opportunity for these local clubs to claw back some of the supporters that could be a little bit alienated by what's happening at above because of, the pricing of getting in, feeding the family. I mean, you may as well, you can come down to a good local game of football with your family and still you'll get value for your money.
100%.
Right, whereas you take a family of 2 adults, 3 kids, you're looking at nearly $300, $400 for a Saturday. You can't justify that anymore, not in these conditions. And this is the beauty about local football. You get involved in the community.
Yeah.
It's the community. It's the community that is stronger than anything else. Because once you lose that sense of community, you're in trouble.
And that's the thing. I think you're right, Brash. And I think, post sort of COVID, where we had lockdowns and everything like that, like people just want to come out and talk to other people, talk to the things about that they love. Like you were saying, Brash, where would I rather be on a Saturday afternoon than calling footy at local level?
And I, at the start of the season, when we knew that both the gullies were playing in the competition, right, I said at the start of the year that, in fact, this could be the rebirth of the Ferntree Gully area because these two clubs are a proud club. Yes, there's been a checkered history, right? But that history is in the past. This is a new rivalry for a new time, and there's a sense of, and you look at them and there's a sense of cooperation, right? And
a healthy rivalry.
Yeah, yep. And when these two clubs, and as Craig alluded to, when these two clubs get together, right, they financially benefit from it.
Yeah, 100%. And as you said, I mean, money-wise, much better today. Spend it at the football. I reckon I spent about $150 last Saturday night at the AFL, the Bombers game. But
did you leave the bar?
Last Sunday?
No, I didn't actually.
What you spent? You were one of 10,000 last Sunday, were you?
I was there. 19,000 Tiger supporters. I was one of them.
Well, let's move away from that.
We will, because we do have the senior coach of the Oakleigh District Football Club, Blake Pearson, joining us. Blake, thanks for joining us. First time we've been able to see Oakleigh District this season live, and the side looking good after some good weeks of form.
Thanks for having me. Absolutely. We probably had a bit of a lull during the middle of the year, and I think our last sort of month of football, we're starting to get back to playing some of our better football, which is nice.
How have you seen the season overall? This is the first time we've spoken to you since the pre-season. I think we came in expecting good things after a final series last year. Maybe a little inconsistent earlier on with some results, but really starting to build some form. Yeah,
it's probably been I think when I look back, a complete replica of last season, actually. So we started off pretty well last year. Middle patch, we sort of fell away a little bit, and then we started to capture our best form sort of towards that back end as we went into finals. And it's probably played out pretty similar. It's probably something for me over the off-season to sort of have a look at in terms of our game style and how we play, because we've sort of adjusted pretty similar to what we did similar time last year, and we're starting to play some much better footy because of it. The conditions today are obviously going to be pretty harsh. The grounds, I don't know if you've been out there and sort of had a look at it, but it's a very different grounds probably to your own home ground. And Upper Ferntree Gully coming into this pretty much knowing that if they lose, they're almost out of the finals race. So I'm sure you're expecting what is going to be a pretty hard contest. Yeah, absolutely. And, the ground conditions sort of bring it back to a pretty even contest to a team that sort of just wants the ball first all day. And obviously there's a lot on the line for both sides, not just for us in terms of what we want to do at the end of the year, but for Upper Ferntree Gully as well to keep their selves within finals. Something we've spoken about the last couple of weeks has been percentage, which I think is going to play a big factor, certainly come probably the last round of the year, which was the same result as last year when we had to beat Warrandyte. So it's going to be a pretty physical contest. The last time we played them, they beat us by 80 points. So we certainly come into this game knowing it's going to be a contest, and we're certainly prepared for that.
Second year as coach, Blake, are you feeling a little bit more relaxed within yourself with regards to your coaching from your first year? Obviously, it's a learning curve the first year. So what you learnt in the first year, have you been able to improve on that this year, you reckon? Yeah, I think so. There's certainly some things that I'm starting to reflect on in terms of how I approach, during the week, communication with players and I guess our overall game plan and how we attack the weekends is sort of starting to, improve sort of what I can do. It's been a learning curve, obviously, being a coach on the field, where at times you sort of, it's pretty easy to work out how I'm feeling on the field because, there's times where I get frustrated and whatever else. So I think, certainly the last month of football, trying to bring a bit more of a smile and a bit of laughter around the group, particularly the way we were playing, I think has certainly helped. So moving forward, it's just, something that I'll keep sort of reflecting on and keep developing within my game. Obviously last week, being out injured, it was nice to just see how things played out from the bench and just, I guess, see that overall sort of game plan come into play. And, it just allows me now on game day on field to sort of, I guess, have a look at what things are happening and fix it. Obviously, your form's probably been fluctuating quite a bit this year. I mean, it was a little bit like that last year. Is that just basically because of the personnel that you've had available on a week-to-week basis? Because we've noticed, and it's not only your side, but when you're constantly having to make 3 and 4 changes a week, it's nearly impossible to try and settle a side down when you've got so many guys coming in. How do you sort of deal with that? And like I said, the easy answer is we just have to cope with it. But obviously, it can also be a source of frustration too, can't it? Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's frustrating, but I think as I start to coach, it's sort of, and you speak to other coaches, on a week-to-week basis, and it's certainly, we're no different to any other team. If we look back last week, Donvale, they're making changes, they're getting injuries. Surrey Park are the same, where they had sort of 2 or 3, in the one game. So, I don't know, I sort of have an approach of it is what it is. Yeah. Like, the frustrating ones are probably the heading overseas, the going interstate and those sort of ones where it's, they're frustrating. Has anyone asked you to go, that they're going to the Olympics and watch their girlfriend yet? No one's going to the Olympics. Look, it's just one of those things, I think, and it's probably, looking back, we had 15 or 16 out about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and I'm, scratching my head, working out, who are we playing, what are we going to do, and it's sort of, I guess, just part and parcel of coaching it. It would be great to have a week where we went in unchanged, even
I thought last week's team was probably the best one we've put out on the field, and even this week we've made 3 changes, and it's probably an improvement to the side. So we've had 40 maybe that have played senior football this year. So for a team that's trying to play finals, trying to win finals, it's probably not ideal, but in the long run we're probably better for it, where we're getting some games and some continuity into players.
Obviously, this is Oakleigh's, they've come from the Southern Footy League, right? How have the executive and the committee seen the improvement around the club? Have they noticed that? Do they feel like that the club now is in a much better position now than where it was in the past?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now as a club we sort of see the direction that we want to go. We're obviously playing, Division 1 into Division 2 in Southern, and, even though we've dropped back to Division 3 in Eastern, the level of competition is still there. And I say this each week to most coaches, is that the teams are still trying to play a really good brand of football, similar to what you're going to get in Premier Division, even, with what they're doing in AFL and the trends, and it's starting to sort of fill players. So, whether fortunate or unfortunate, I'm on the committee as well this year, so I have a really good understanding of what we're doing off field. We're certainly ambitious in terms of where we want to go, with aims to play Premier Division football, in the next sort of 5 to 7 years, which is a big task. We sort of look to teams like Park Orchards, Roval, these sort of clubs that have done it. And obviously we're starting with the junior program for the first time in 30 or 40 years. So we know it's a big task in terms of where we've come from. We're turning the tide on field with what we're doing, and it's just that continual improvement off field to make sure we've got some really good systems in place to, as we hopefully go up the ranks of Div 2, Div 1, that we're in a really good position to stay there and compete.
And first off, congratulations on re-signing for next year. But
Thank you.
that's obviously the goal within yourself, is you can see the writing on the board basically, and obviously involving yourself off field. You can see the bigger picture, and that's obviously why re-signing, I presume.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these first 2 years we've sort of rebuilt the foundations. It's 2 years at any football club is probably not enough time, let alone where we've been and sort of the hard work we've put. So we think we've got a really good side that can compete, back end of finals, and we'll continue to improve and continue to look to where we can improve for next season.
And you yourself are obviously finding nice football, scoring 20 goals this season.
Yeah.
And just below Mark, who's kicked 51.
Just below.
Yeah. Obviously, it's nice having that option up for with Mark scoring 51 this season, and he's going forward, I presume, for next year, or are you going to step up and take the 50 off him?
No. Absolutely. I think, look, ideally, if I could just play as a full-time forward, it would probably be ideal. The reality is that I have to play some different positions from week to week to continue to learn or educate some of the other players go on. Whether it's a couple of have gone to half-back where a couple of our players, Francis Connolly, Cooper Hudson, Dean Metropolis, and just sort of educating them, talking to their way. Eventually they take the mantle and they can sort of play the style that we want. So yeah.
Blake, is it getting in, coach?
Yeah, it has its challenges. I don't really train on Tuesdays anymore. Probably to the detriment of my body and my preparations. But it does become difficult. You do need some experience on the sidelines on game day. I'm probably lucky over the last 2 years to have had that, where I can sort of just I sort of have a feeling that my best attribute on game day is me playing and playing well. So have that faith with the guys on the bench, which is really good. So sort of just allows me to play and have a look at things. But yeah, it is becoming difficult.
And the last did play Upper Ferntree Gully, as you said, it was quite a heavy loss, and the sides have made a lot of changes since that occasion. Is it one of those things where in the week you sort of throw out, or do you look at a couple of things that Upper Ferntree Gully did that day that you certainly need to improve on to get the win?
Yeah, probably both. Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit just in terms of their last month of football. Probably internally from them, they're probably not as happy with obviously losing Sylvan last week, but I think it was the same last time and the week before that we touched up 70 points, right? So if you're not willing, Pete, if you're not willing to come with that mindset, it doesn't who you are, you're going to get done. And that's right throughout this competition now. I'm an Essendon supporter, so it's hard to be watching at the moment. But if you just don't bring that effort and intensity each week, you're going to get done. We learned about them last time. And then hopefully conditions depend and stays away for a little bit.
Blake Pearson, it's always a pleasure to have you on. And a big day for the club. Sitting fifth at the moment and a chance to extend that. Blake Pearson there, the senior coach of the Oakleigh District, and a Chandler medal itself, the high quality player that he is playing. He's back from injury. It'll be an interest there, boys, because a win would put them 2 games and percentage clear of Upper Ferntree Gully ahead of those.
Do get the win today. They won't get enough percent, but I don't think, in fact, winning, if you're getting 10, 12 points, you're not going to get any percentage out of it. The reason why I asked Blake that question, is it becoming harder on be a player coach, is in days game style was completely stop-start, man on man. There wasn't a lot of run play in a position and not really have to worry about local football now, Ryan. The different game style makes he basically says if they're nearly as good as coaches.
That's right.
Otherwise,
So the higher you go up the divisions, the harder to flag as well as a playing coach, and that's at those top levels as well. But we're going to go to our sad break here for the Eastland match of the round, and we'll come back and talk about all the games around the grounds. We're at Kings Park today for Upper Ferntree Gully versus Oakleigh District.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kings Park. Upper Ferntree Gully versus Oakleigh District for a massive Division 3 clash. It's 5th versus 6th with the final spot on the line at the end of the season in Upper Ferntree Gully. It's a season-defining game for them. If they win, they'll still be 6th probably on percentage, but it certainly gives them a good chance to make a run at it in the last month of the season. Before we spoke to both coaches, we were going through the games around the grounds in Division 4. We spoke about Chirnside Park and Kilsyth, but we didn't get tips. So, Brash, I'll throw it to you first. Did the conditions sway you to tipping Kilsyth on the road?
For today, yes, because I think Kilsyth are the quintessential heavy body side. These sort of conditions were dished up at Surrey Park last year, and they absolutely revelled in them. And their bigger bodies really did come to the fore. I think today it might come to the fore too. Don't forget, when these two met, there's already been a 1-point game between them, so there's not going to be too much in this game. I think Kilsyth get the job done today, but 12 points for mine.
Scott?
Chirnside, easily.
Easily?
Yep.
I'm backing Chirnside Park in too. Their form at Kimberley Reserve has been so good. And I just want to see a bit more from Kilsyth on the road this season. The Oracle has Kilsyth defeating Chirnside Park 101-75. It'd be I don't know if it'll be that high scoring today with the conditions. But
does it take into consideration
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Look, put it this way. I think it's really hard if you're looking at. If you're just doing it on straight numbers and say you're doing it over a 4 or 5 week block, Kilsyth might have scored heavily in their last 3 or 4 games, and that's what produces the rating. Sometimes the conditions sometimes don't come into play.
Yeah, no, that's right.
And I think the thing is because we really because we don't have the weather stats to add to the
heavy 9 that we had last week at Templestowe.
I think it makes it really hard to make a decision.
I might have gone heavy on the heavy 9 because if we look at today's definitely heavy 9 pushing 10.
Is. The other 2 games to Division 4, Scoresby take on Croydon North Emlock, and the Oracle has that as just a 2-point win to Scoresby. I'm assuming we'll all tip the Magpies on that one. Yes. And Forest Hill take on Nuttawading, and the Oracle has a low-scoring game, which I think could be the final score almost, 48-26 in favour of the Lions. It'll be a tough one with Forest Hill really struggling at the moment, and Nuttawading's form, despite having a lot of players out of the side again this week, I just think their form's been a little bit more consistent. So the Lions for me.
Yeah, you know what? I think Forest Hill are going to treat this game as like a mini grand final. I reckon it's like their last hurrah today.
I'm going with Nuttawading, just for the simple fact that I just feel Forest Hill just aren't playing nowhere near good enough footy, and I feel like if any team sort of needs to find that boost of confidence, I think Nuttawading.
I just think sometimes the weather evens up the contest a lot. If this had been a dry weather type game, I think Nuttawading win easily, but because the grounds are in this sort of condition, you're not going to get perfect pinpoint football. I think it's just going to be a dire scrap, and I think these sort of games, Ryan, they become a war of wills.
Yeah, it does, yeah. And, well, they're not as experienced as what they used to be, though.
The only thing for Forest Hill, they just can't score. Like, even on a good day. Like, 4 points against Kilsyth the other week. I know 47 against Whitehorse, which is not too bad.
Look, put it this way. I wouldn't surprise me
if that's a score.
If that's
26-48.
26-48. And I think it could be, it's 60 points, 70 points between the two. I mean, it could even be 40 Forest Hill, 38 Nuttawading.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is that if Forest Hill win, they win by under a goal.
Well, as long as it's not 4 behinds versus 5 behinds, I'll be happy.
No, I think they'll find the goals at some stage.
Don't worry. Don't worry. We've seen games. We've seen actual games in EFNL in years gone by where we've nearly have gone goalless.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's beyond the realms of possibility.
Yep.
Especially and considering that the grounds of today are in much better condition compared to the grounds of yesteryear. If we were playing this exact same game today 10 years ago, there wouldn't be a blade of grass on this ground.
Yeah, that's true. Let's move on to Division 3 now. Of course, this game is 5v6. Another big game is Knox versus Donval. Knox finding some good form in the last month, and the Oracle has a high-scoring game, 104 to 106 Donval. Wouldn't surprise me that the Magpies hit 100 points even in ease conditions, because they always do it almost every single week. It's a good test for the Falcons. They're finding some good form. They've turned a leaf after that Coldstream loss. Greaves kicked another 6 goals on the weekend last week. They've got to, if they're going to win a flag, they have to go through Donval, of course, and that's exactly who you want to play coming in towards the final series.
Well, they're going to have to not only go through Donval, they're going to have to go through Surrey Park
and Coldstream. But
and I put it this way, like I said on the Sunday review, they could be the smoky Donval, because if Greaves and Barlow can form that deadly combination heading into the final series, they're going to be a handful, right? Because they're going to have to take, it's going to take 2 good defenders, to keep them on the leash. I think both Surrey Park and Donval have the personnel to do that, but I think Coldstream, they certainly can exploit that them. But today, I think that, it's really hard to tip against Donval. I mean, they've kicked.
What was your stat there, Brashy? We were talking about where they scored over 100. How many games was it?
10 out of 14 games
they've kicked
this
season.
Points.
Yeah, which is incredible.
So
they do it in wet weather. If they do it today, good on them.
It's 4 in a row now. So they're going for 5 in a row, right? And the thing is, I do agree with what Ray Baird said yesterday, that Knox's ground can be a really difficult proposition for oppositions. So Donval won't take it lightly, but I would expect Knox to be really competitive for maybe a half. But I just think that the overall running power and the power play that Donval brings, they just know how to grind sides, and I just can see them just running away with the game. I think
they bring in Towton Zalek as well as a bit of a mid-season move.
When I saw those 2 players, I'm thinking, is there anyone else that they've got to pull? It's almost
that's enough.
It's almost like Houdini. They've just got pulling these guys out. I think that I think Donval win. They would probably win by 4 goals.
Yep, I would think that would be a fair assessment. Sylvan versus Surrey Park. Now, interestingly enough, we spoke about this on the podcast. Bit of a hoodoo down there at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. 6 losses. I don't know if 6 losses, but they haven't won there since 2018. So, interesting game. And the Oracle actually has Sylvan defeating Surrey Park 182. And just to clear it up to the listeners, because I've already got a text saying, what's the Oracle? Who's the Oracle? To clear that up, we do have someone who comes in and I get an email every week. It's tips for the games, the scores for every game, and we read them out in the pre-game and see how correctly they are. And backing in the Cats, the hoodoo included.
Exactly. Well, the thing is, and the Oracle's shooting at 65% over the 5 divisions, so he must be doing something right, or she might be doing something right.
Yeah, that's right. 46 wins and 24 losses in Division 3.
So, I mean, I think, look, I'm not worried, to be honest with you, I'm not worried about any bloody hoodoo. There's no such thing as a hoodoo.
Yes, there is, Crash, there is. There's something about it.
6 years means absolutely Jack Scheisenhausen to me about that. I'm telling you now, Sylvan will go up there, it'll take them about a quarter and a half to acclimatise to the ground conditions, and then they'll just flex their muscles like they have, and they'll win.
Sylvan loves a back-to-back home game as well.
They do.
So they just getting their little mojo going up there. Great ground. We've said it before, Brash. I love it up there. Well, it's going to be cold.
Well, that's how they want it.
Yeah, that's how they want it.
It's the amphitheatre. it's the amphitheatre effect, and I've been up there, and it's a lovely little ground to sit there and watch football when it's nice and sunny. But when it's freezing,
it's going to be a slippery slope.
Yeah, you might be able to watch the rowing today because I'm just Sylvan Dam.
Yeah, the Olympic trials. So, look, I think I know you were very bullish on someone winning easy Churnside.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just as bullish on Surrey Park winning at Sylvan this afternoon. One thing I will say about Sylvan, they give as good as they get. When they get beat, they still get. When they get beat, they still kick winning scores that will win them in other games. So they're not out of it. But I just think Surrey Park, they've had their lull. I think they're just starting to work their way back into it with all these inclusions. Kenworthy and Marn and Hendon will be better for the run last week. They're ready So, and they've still got Tom Stewart to come back into the side. So, look, I think Surrey win this by 6.
Yeah, I'm with you. As much as we're joking, as much as I do love the Cattery, I think
do too.
You go with Surrey. Just obviously form, scoring, everything that goes on their radar, and
See, the thing is, when you're tipping something right, you've got to have something concrete, right, or a reason. Why not? They can't.
Is hoodoo not concrete enough for you? Like, what more do you want us to give you?
It's a mental thing. We spoke to.
They're driving up there. They're driving up the hill rash. They're thinking, oh, here we go again. We're going back up the mountain.
Mate, how long's it been?
Snowing down there probably at the moment.
6 years, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 years. Yeah.
Oh, well, cheapers. I mean, cheapers. Half of their players wouldn't know what a hoodoo is. They can play there 6 years.
That's true. That's true, but we're going to hype it up to make that a contest.
Let's
Coldstream play Warrandyte today. I'm imagining all tips there for Coldstream. Fair Park play Ferntree Gully as well. Bit of an interesting one. The Oracle has Fair Park winning this game by 10 points. And for Ferntree Gully, they win, they stay alive. They're in the hunt mathematically. Particularly if Upper Ferntree Gully get across the line against Oakleigh District, all three sides would be tied on the same amount of wins. But this is a real banana peel type game for them. A very big danger game. Fair Park have been somewhat impressive in the last month. They've been able to take a couple of wins. They got 3 in a row. Still competitive against Knox last week. So this is a big chance for them just to take another scalp and end a rival season.
I reckon they've got some. If you're looking at the form lines, Fair Park have got a fair form line going into a game against Ferntree Gully, and that's why I'm tipping them.
Yeah.
I think that Fair Park, they've won 3 out of their last 5, I think it is. They've performed admirably against Donvale and Sylvan in honourable 5-goal less losses. I think that their best form is coming at the back end of the season. Mason Byrne's been an absolute superstar for them this year. In the midfield, and both the Need brothers are in very good form at the moment. And getting Rankin back into that side is really is also really important. And Pearce as well, the experience of Pearce. I think Ferntree Gully are too fair weather for me. I just don't know. For me, they look a bit flaky.
And I think the best thing with Fair Park is their percentage. Like, if they get that win, they're already on 85%. They're sitting 8th. They get that win, jumps them above Upper Gully. If Upper Gully lose, Oakleigh's only on 89. So, everything to play for.
And the thing is, as we were talking about off air, Ryan, even if the Gully win, they'll pocket the 4 points.
Yep.
But it's actually percentage they need.
Yes.
And if you're not going to get percentage on a day like today.
No, you're not. And just in this reserves game between Upper Ferntree Gully and Oakleigh District, 7-2-44 the Upper Gully to Oakleigh District, 4-3-27 in Lee Lawson's 300th game. So potential win here for Upper Gully if they can hold on in the next 8 minutes. Back to the tips in around the grounds. I'll back Ferntree Gully, but very hesitantly. And I'm with you, Brad, because I don't think their form is consistent enough. I think at their best, they should win this game, but we haven't seen that often enough. And even if they win today, I wouldn't trust them next week to win 2 in a row.
They're back at home as well.
The thing is, though,
it's a real danger game for them.
Out of the 3 sides that are still eligible for 5th spot,
I
think Oakleigh District, technically for mine, is really the only side out of those 3 that I think that probably would be worthy of filling the 5th spot.
It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out, particularly today's game. Division 2 today, we're back to a full schedule. Croydon play Ringwood, Heathmont play Templestowe, Mulgrave play East Burwood, the Basin host Lilydale, and the Waverley Blues host Boronia.
I know a lot of people on the weekend were very bullish about the Basin. there was a few people that were bullish and tipping them as their upset. Well,
I'm not. I haven't seen. I mean, when it's hard. They're 4 games behind 9th and percentage. That shows you. They have been in games within games at times, but they haven't put a full 4-quarter performance this year.
The thing is that there was something was said yesterday that Lilydale might drop their guard a little bit because they won last week and they'll be satisfied with the knowledge they're not going down. That's hogwash, right? Why wouldn't you want to be going up to the Basin, right? This is another chance for them to win another game of football.
100%.
So you're going up there to win a game of football, right? It'll be a close game. There won't be, like I said, both sides have struggled throughout the year without a key forward. But I think Lilydale just seem to have all the answers at this stage, Scott.
Was there any discussion of a hoodoo or anything sort of in that realm that we could base it on, Brash?
No, just the conditions are better.
Just the conditions.
The thing is, though, with the Basin, right? They made the change with the coach. They brought in another coach, right? I think things haven't gone as well as what they hoped. Let's be honest, and they would say that. But I don't think they expected to be in the position that they are now.
No, but then...
And the thing is, right, at the start of the year, we were all saying that Lilydale would be that side going down. Right, well, put it this way. Lilydale have proven that, all right, they're not going to be going down to Division 3, but they've been more than competitive in a lot of games this year that they haven't won. And I can see them once again winning this game, but like I said, the margins are not going to be big today, Ryan. They're only going to be 2-3 goals, Scotty.
But the thing with the base, like it doesn't, like I don't sort of mind like if they do have that loss, and like we said, we sort of look at Lilydale and what they were the season before. A lot happens in a season, and obviously if they go down, it won't hurt them for the fact that they'll be playing probably in a competition with teams a bit more equal to them. Oh, look, I think Lilydale will get the win. I think they've been playing much better footy than the Basin have throughout the whole season. I think the thing, Brash, people talk about is that there's always got to be a win somewhere along the line. Yeah. And I don't think that they're going to beat, the Croydon or
I think this is their last
whatever.
chance.
This is just something to give them a little bit of hope. That's all we're hoping for.
Scenes tonight at the Bear Cave if they get up.
Go off.
Well, that's the thing. If we're saying that one other game is supposed to be a grand final for one side today, well, this is the Basin's grand final. They've got to throw everything and the kitchen sink at it this afternoon. Yep. If they lose and they've given it their best shot, then they won't die wondering.
No, that's okay.
But if they go out there and get blown off the park in the first half,
they'll be disappointed.
That'll be, you can tell they're going to suffer a massive loss.
That's right. We've only got a few minutes before the break, so we'll go through these quickly. I'm assuming everyone's tipping the Hawks against Waverley Blues.
Yes.
Baronia there. Mulgrave versus East Burwood. Mulgrave at home. It's a danger game again for them, but if they're good enough to play finals, this is a game you just have to win. So I'm backing in the Lines to win that.
Yes, 100%. Massive. It puts them in, keeps that contention.
To me, this is the most important game in Div 2 today.
Heathmont Templestowe or Croydon versus Ringwood?
Look, I think Tempe will rebound, and I think Croydon just too solid.
I agree.
Croydon was so good last week.
Absolutely. Premier Division just quickly, only the 2 games, and they pretty much right themselves. Blackburn should beat Norwood, and East Ringwood and Noble Park, despite the Oakleigh having that as a draw, East Ringwood should get across the line quite comfortably. A couple of key outs to the Noble Park midfielders in Horton Milne and Kyle Martin makes it very tough. I think East Ringwood, that could be ugly.
Especially when you're coming up against a star-studded midfield of East
Ringwood.
Ringwood.
Still into the side as well. Preston's in incredible form. James Below. I think this could be one of the biggest margins of the day.
This could be a 60-pointer.
Yeah, I agree, which is going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Division 1, Doncaster play North Ringwood, Mitcham play Wanturna South and South Belgrade Park Orchards. I think we're back in Mitcham. Doncaster, North Ringwood could go either way. The Oakleigh has that in favour of the Saints by 3 points. But the big game is South Belgrade Park Orchards. 1v2. The Oakleigh has Park Orchards winning that game 105-87. But Mitch Cox could be a late in as listed emergency for South Belgrade. And probably one of their strongest sides on paper, Scott. And up at the mountains, I think I'm leaning towards the Saints on this one.
Well, it's going to be a hard one. I think I'm just umming and ahhing in this. You know how I said last week, it could be a draw. I can't remember the game last week. This one could be the draw for the pick. I think is Ray up there? Is that
Ray
the ground
is up there
where
the game
the ground is looking horrendous? Like absolutely. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
That's some photos there.
So again, another ground that's pretty much flooding at the moment.
Yep.
I think, put it this way, I'm going by the loss that Park Orchards had at Mitcham. It was on a very, very wet day as well. They didn't handle the conditions well that day. I think they're going to find it even tougher up there this afternoon. I still reckon Tim Smith's playing well within himself. We haven't seen the best of him, and
He's waiting for September almost.
And look, there's some other players up there that I reckon that are just going at the moment, but I don't think they're overtaxing themselves. But they're doing enough, South Belgrave. I think today this is a golden opportunity for them to take the 4 points, because I just think Park Orchards, they're a dry weather footy side, and they like spreading the ball, and I think South Belgrave might be able to bring them back down to earth today.
I agree, and just confirmation, Mitch Cox is in. So first game from VFL this season, and he hasn't played many VFL games due to injury, so 2 more games and he might actually qualify for finals, which is a big inclusion for him.
I think too, Ryan, whilst it's good to have some of those players, and if they haven't played for a while, they're going to be rusty.
That's right. It's been a good conversations. We've had both coaches on. We're going to go to our last ad break and then bring in the call team for the big game between Upper Ferntree Gully and Oakleigh District.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kings Park in Upper Ferntree Gully. It's a wet old day up here, but looking forward to a big third division clash with plenty on the line. and we're probably about 10 or 15 minutes away from first bounce. Good afternoon if you're just joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 or indeed across Facebook and YouTube. Great to have your company this afternoon. My name's Brett Beston. Great to be with you. And, of course, alongside me, let's introduce the rest of the team. My co-caller this afternoon, Josh Ward. Josh, are you looking forward to this one? It's going to be interesting in these conditions, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly an interesting contest, and a good afternoon to you, Besto, and to all our listeners tuning into what is an intriguing Division 3 contest. Season on the line out here for Upper Ferntree Gully. If they want to play finals this year, they have to win this game, and certainly going to be a tight contest with the conditions at hand indeed.
Yeah, indeed. Oakleigh can almost afford to drop this game. Not that they'll want to, but an Upper Ferntree Gully loss today, and that would just about be the end of their season. Special comments today. He'll be giving us his expert opinion is Wayne Brescia. Bresh, afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Besto. Good afternoon, listeners. Welcome back, Brett. It's been good to have you back on calling, mate. I know you haven't been feeling well, but it's good to have you back amongst the team.
Yeah, no, indeed. It's good to
be
back.
Looking forward to the clash today. I'm sort of glad that there's something riding on this game, because otherwise it could be a very, very nondescript game. But
indeed.
Look, as it is, it's a great atmosphere up here this afternoon, and look, I think it's going to be very much like a 0-0 draw, really, the way the ground.
I would imagine probably quite a low-scoring affair, but stranger things have happened. But yeah, indeed. Boys on the boundary today, I'm not sure if you've got us. We've got you, Bill. Good stuff. We've got our media manager, Ryan Long, and, of course, Scott Hardy. Great to have Scotty with us 2 weeks in a row. We're very honoured. Rhino, what's going on down there, mate?
Oh, Brett, well, Upper Ferntree Gully just won the toss, and they're kicking to the left side of your radio dials. But I think this is just one of the best signs of leadership from a media manager to come out in these conditions. The ground not in best nick today. It's muddy. I almost slipped out just coming through the gate, and Scotty and myself have got the boots on, so big day. No, I'm very much looking forward for this one. A long time since we've been here at Kings Park for another Ferntree Gully game.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Ryan, I forgot to turn your mic on.
Good one, boys. But it should be a good game, and we'll wait and see if the rain comes, and it might become a real stoppage-heavy game. But having a look at the two sides, I'm still tipping Oakleigh District today, but I think this is a big day for Upper Ferntree Gully. They celebrated a win in the reserves, and they're up and about, the crowd.
Scotty, afternoon to you, mate. Which way are you going today? It's a tough one to call, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks, Besto. I was going to say I probably should have put the studs on the boots as well. If I slip over and that's caught on camera, I'm off. I'm out. But look, I'm going the home team today. I think they're up and about. They've had some good wins in the 19s and the reserves. It's a big club. Got the big function today as well, so going towards Ferntree Gully.
Just before we get the other tips, we have got one other very important member of the team who will be bringing us all the stats this afternoon, and he might even slip in the odd score because he's quite versatile. He's a bit of an all-rounder, really. Is Paul Yacardi? How are you, Paul?
How are you, Besto? It's a nice wet old day out here. And,
I thought you were going to say it's a nice day. So anyway, let's get underway. Up it goes, and here's Wardy to start us off.
It's Luciarelli. They got the first hit down. Looks like there's, I think it was Francesco Bonacci, the meat in the sandwich, and we're going to have this ball tossed back up. Luciarelli going up against Wood. Luciarelli won out to Simon Hawkins, who nearly went the wrong way. When a kick off the ground, Luciarelli might do the same. He does. Right half forward flank, he's at. Pearson with another kick off the ground. It finds the waiting hands of Hamish Heath, who's under plenty of pressure, or sells his teammate into plenty of pressure, and we'll have this ball tossed up right half forward flank around 55 metres out from the Oakleigh District goal line. Ward won that hit out. Upper Ferntree Gully win this clearance and don't move it further up the ground too much. Oakleigh have the numbers here, but getting a smart kick off the ground there was Josh Mason. It dribbles into the hands of Ryland Bullock, who's worked his way up the ground, goes in the direction of Luke Strawn. Just fell short of him. And Rahim Lamidi, under pressure from Strawn, still manages to get the ball clear. His kick is a high up and under one. It might be turned over. It is. Cowan wrapped up by Hawkins. Still managed to get it out to Travis Strange. He goes inside 50 looking for Ryland Bullock, who's up against Mitch Potts. Bullock might see this out of bounds. No, it's Potts who does well and turns it over. The intercept mark taken by Josh Mason. Right half forward flank for Upper Ferntree Gully. Sets it to the top of the square. Might fall out the back here for Upper Ferntree Gully. It does. They get a holding free kick. And the Kings will have the first shot on goal in this Eastland match of the round. It'll be through their captain, Rory Bailey, who's led the way up forward this season with 28 goals. This for goal number 29, and he's got it. Upper Gully with the ideal start. 1 straight 6. Oakleigh District yet to score. A minute and a half here played in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, really good positive play in the opening minutes here by Upper Ferntree Gully. They've had a lot of numbers around the contest and were able to force that ball down into their forward 50 and got a bit of open space. And Bailey's made no mistake.
So a terrific start for the home side. We didn't quite get to our tips. For what it's worth, I'm tipping the home side today. Bresh, quickly.
I had Oakleigh by 2 goals.
And Wardy?
I'm going with Oakleigh District by 3
Oakleigh
goals.
District. Well, I think I'm on my own with this one. As the ball goes up in the air, one bat of the middle by Upper Ferntree Gully, and they'll go forward again. They're looking quite good in the early stages. Wrapping around there was McDonald. Gets a kick towards the arc. It bounces past everyone. You can see the condition of the ground. We have had 2 matches on here already today in the 19s and the Rezzies. So clearly the ground not in great nick, but it is winter, so we can't expect. Hudson with a free kick for Oakleigh. Brings it out. This little chibble, good kick, and he finds a target as well. And Heath, been busy this season, Heath, with 13 goals so far, but he's back off half-back at the moment. Gets the kick forward to about centre wing. Punched away, Pearson in the vicinity, can't get there. Now it's on the boot as they go forward again. Oakleigh need to get into this game as they go forward to about half forward. Pearson tries to get there, but he can't do. Upper Ferntree Gully get it, and they just thump it. That's going to be the cause of the day, I think, just thumping it forward, because territory is going to be a big thing, and there's going to be a free kick paid here, I think, to Upper Gully. And you can see already the jerseys are muddying up. It's going to be hard to see. Miller throws it away, and it's going to be a free kick to the Districts.
And it's Connor Morgan who bites off the short ball. They go back to this broadcast side wing. The mark taken by Tex McIntosh. Come across to Oakleigh District this season. His kick is a very dangerous one, but still found Francesco Bonacci put together an absolutely superb season in midfield. His kick is a good one. Finds his waiting teammate there in Dean Metropolis. His kick fell short there of Dylan Hilton, but manages to compose himself. And Oakleigh have an outnumber on the far side. The kicking board was dangerous to Bonacci, and it's turned over. The intercept taken by Matthew Graham, who might have turned it over himself. Hilton underneath this. Upper Gully get a kick forward, looking in the direction of Strawn, applying some good pressure already, and he turns it over. Bullock, he's got Strawn running to goal. He might pick up this ball, might dribble in the favour of Rory Bailey, who goes off the ground. Is it just going to fall short? Goal. It might have gone through. It has. A grubber goal in the end, but still a goal for Rory Bailey, who's got the hot hand in these early stages. 2 for Upper Ferntree Gully, 2 straight 12 the Kings.
Gee, that was opportune, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
We'll go down boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, just from ground level here, it's just a mistake by the defence there. They should have rushed it behind and just panicked, and Upper Gully took the opportunity, and we spoke about how it's going to be hard to see the numbers. If you come off today with a clean jumper, you have not left the bench, I would say.
Does that include boundary riders?
That's boundary as well. Doing it all here.
If you come off with a clean jumper, you haven't been playing. As the ball goes up in the air, one out of the middle by Upper Ferntree Gully, but not decisively. It was Ward who got the tap. He's been quite good early on with a couple of early hit-outs. Up it goes again. Bit of pushing and shoving. In the end, it's no one who gets the ball that time, but it's nicely done by Black. Gives it away, and Oakleigh will come forward, and there's a free kick going to be paid here. Pearson gives it back to a teammate who's going to take it. There's all sorts of confusion. And in the end, it is in the hands. In fact, it's Heath, sorry. Heath goes inside 50. Can Oakleigh get on the end of it at the moment? Now, this is Pearson. Wheels around. It's a chance to go inside 50 again. Trying to hit a target. At least the kick, but it's been nicely intercepted. So, wasted opportunity and nicely marked there by Ferntree Gully. I think that's Cowan back there. And he'll be able to bring it out.
Been terrific for Upper Gully this season as Cowan, as he goes out wide. The ground ball get was really good from Matthew Graham. Goes to this centre wing broadcast side, turns it over. But some good pressure applied by Upper Gully might force the turnover in turn. Harvey Meyer on hands and knees. Umpire circling, and we'll have this ball tossed up inside
boundary.
the 50-metre arc. We cross down boundary side to Scott Hardy. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
And just quickly, a key matchup, Curtis Karajak Powell, matchup on Mark Stevens. Mark Stevens with 51 goals this season.
The captain on one of the leading goal kickers in Division 3 is Bonacci, just playing a bit of soccer. Must have watched a bit of Euros this season. Well, these past couple of weeks, I should say, and it's gone out of bounds now off the hands there of Karajik Powell.
Apologies to all our English listeners.
Unfortunately, it's not coming home for them. Ball toss back up. Meyer got the tap down. It'll be his opposing ruck in Ethan Hunt, who sharks the clearance, though. Manages to just move it forward, but turns it over. Russell Cowan got plenty of space. He might have given it back to Oakleigh District here, and Mitch Trader, who's up against two Upper Ferntree Gully opponents, does well. Got it back to Mitch Potts, who goes with the dangerous kick inboard. Mark not taken. Black around this for Oakleigh District, but clearing his defensive lines. Harvey Meyer. It ends in the hands of Potts. And Darcy Meyer coming in for the side. Umpire calls play on. Black on hands and knees. Got it to Ryan Pearson. Goes to the snap. Two Oakleigh District players in the goal square. One of those is Ethan Hunt. There's a free kick being paid to Oakleigh, though. And it's going to their co-captain, Curtis Karajic-Powell.
So opportunity for Oakleigh. They've had 2 or 3, but they just can't convert at the moment. But at least they got the territory. And let's go to Paul, I think, with some early stats.
Yeah, the Oakleigh District side are leading the inside 50s at the moment, 5-4. But Upper Ferntree Gully are leading the clearances 3-2, and they have the 2 goals on the board so far.
So Ed Manson finds a target down the line. Good kick finds Todd. If you can hit a target today, you're doing very well, because these conditions are very, very difficult for kicking as the ball is inside 50 again. And they might have towed this out of play. They have, so it'll be a throw-in, but that's not a bad result. At least they can trap it inside.
Brash, you've got some scores?
Yeah, East Ringwood 6, Noble Park 1, early doors.
So it's going to be just bringing the ball back into play, Oakleigh. They need to be sure by foot. Good kick, nicely done. It's Metropolis off half-back, and there's the one of many fumbles today. Another fumble. It's Fumble City on the ball on the ground. Trying to pick it up was Hawkins over there. And they've got themselves into a spot of bothering in there, and they get it across the boundary, which is probably the best option for them. So, not sure if it's raining out there. It might be still some light rain, but at least it's not raining as much as it did earlier in the day, because it was absolutely pelting down.
Well, you live in a rain belt, don't you?
Actually, funny enough, the direct opposite. But anyway, so in the hands now of Upper Ferntree Gully as they get it, they lose the possession of the football. Going in there hard was Bonacci. He gets it out of the gets out of the congestion, should I say, finds a target in Astor. I knew I was going to do this. Yeah. I can't even say that name. It's going to be a shocker all day as the ball goes inside 50, trying to get it to ground. It's on the ground there.
Free kick.
Apostolopoulos, that's the one.
Imagine if Apostolopoulos passes it off to Metropolis.
It's in the hands of... Save me, Woody, save me.
It's in the hands now of Atticus Todd after that Upper Ferntree Gully free kick. Looks for Cowan, but instead Upper Ferntree Gully turn it over. They look in the direction of Ethan Hunt, who's got some separation from Ryan Archer. Nearly faked the handball on him. He still manages to get it away to Simon Black, who's up against Adrian Catalano.
Can't we just call him Posto or something?
Yeah.
Got some scores, Brash?
Yeah, Surrey Park 14, Sylvan 7 in Div 3.
As we'll have this ball tossed up, left half forward flank for Oakleigh District. Getting the tap down there was Jacob Warren. Upper Ferntree Gully, another clearance though, and the mark will be paid to Russell Cowan, the Outer East champion, coming across, one of many to have come across from Powertown to the Eastern Football Netball League this season, as Upper Ferntree Gully look to go straight through the spine of Kings Park. There's a player all by himself, and that player is Matthew Miller. Goes inside 50 in the direction of Luke Strawn and might sit up for him. He does. Gets a handball away. The shot on goal there from Strange. Gets there! It's the perfect start for Upper Ferntree Gully. 3 straight 18, the Kings. Oakleigh District get to score. 10 minutes played here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Exactly what you want on a wet weather condition game. You're up 3 goals already. You're playing the better football. They seem to have a lot more numbers at the contest, Upper Gully, at this early stage, Ryan.
Yeah, just to tag along on that point, Oakleigh District just seemed to be a little bit too cute with their possessions in the wet weather footy, where Upper Gully just going long and direct, and it's working. Bit of a chaos ball inside 50 again.
And I think that's the style that they've played for this season, Upper Ferntree Gully, and in conditions like this, it's always going to hold you in good stead.
Yep, nothing pretty today. You're just going to play almost workmanlike. Just get it forward, as Upper Ferntree Gully have done. Ball goes to ground, and that'll be a stoppage. So 3 goals on the board early.
Free kick.
And in fact, it's a free kick going the way of Upper Ferntree Gully. So another opportunity to go inside 50. Todd. And that's another free kick, I think. I heard a whistle. What's he paying the umpire?
It's holding to Oakleigh
It's holding, so it's gone against Upper Ferntree Gully. So they're a bit lucky there, the Districts. They'll get out of trouble as they get it out to a target. And that target is Connolly, Francis Connolly. So they really need to get the next one, you would think. They've had their chances, though, Oakleigh, but they just haven't been able to convert. But 3 goals behind early on a day like this. A big tackle comes in there, and that'll be a free kick going the way of Cowan for Upper Gully. So a 4th goal here, and the alarm bells will really be. That's good work. Great work coming across there was Hilton, and he's happy just to see it out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in the left forward pocket.
4 goals in these conditions to get back in front. There's about 14 minutes of football worth in these conditions. You're going to have to work hard for the rest of the quarter, Oakleigh, to get back into the back in the contest.
Certainly are. They need to hang on here, you would think, as the umpire to throw it back in. They get it to the contest. Nicely done by not Ward, it was Warren, sorry. On the ground, we'll have another stoppage. So plenty of stoppages coming up today, no doubt. Up it goes again, and might have been Warren again who got the tap that time. They'll happily see this one through the districts, and they have done. So it's the first minor score of the day. One more to the Upper Ferntree Gully total, 3-1-19 to no score, and we've had 12 minutes in this first term.
Positive start from Upper Ferntree Gully as Connor Morgan will take this kick in, looks to this broadcast side, got the glove on his left hand there, Morgan, and it doesn't hold him in good stead because it is indeed out of bounds on the full, and it'll be Ben Ward who takes this free kick. Had a decent start to this game, has Ward, and as I say that,
with a name like that.
Yeah, of course. Of course. All Wards perform exceptionally, whether that be in a match of the calling or playing in a match of the rounders. Down the line, Oakleigh District go. They got the out of bounds on the full. Warren, the mean, the sandwich up against Travis Strange and Ben Ward, and we'll have this ball tossed up, left half forward flank for Upper Ferntree Gully. Paul Yukone, Stats Centre.
Yeah, at the moment, Upper Gully are right on top, and the clearance is 6-2.
Oh, they might get another one here. They don't. McDonald turns it over, looks in the direction of Ethan Hunter, who's had a bit of it the last couple of minutes. The nice soccer kick off the ground. There's been a bit of that today. Cochrane nearly taken high, but umpire will call for it under plenty of pressure from 2 Upper Ferntree Gully opponents, and this ball will be tossed up right in front of us in the broadcast position.
So up it goes. Let's see who can get their hands on this one. It was Warren who got the tap down, but not really conclusively. Now Oakleigh District to go forward. They kick it up the wing, trying to find a target. They do pretty well as well, and it's been thumped for Cochrane going inside. Can they get a mark? Not at the moment, but it's still there, just lying on the ground. Should be a goal. And has it gone through? It has. It's the player that's on the ground. I think
34.
It's
Stevens.
It is Mark Stevens.
Yes.
And that's his 52nd goal of the season. So he's a real goal sneak. So Mark Stevens finally, they were worth a goal there. It was a good kick. And in these conditions, the mark wasn't taken, but the ball on the ground, and they've socketed it through. So the first goal for Oakleigh, they're on the board, but they trail 19-6.
He's certainly an attacking weapon, is Mark Stevens. In the past 3 seasons, before this game, he kicked 100 goals in 31 games for both Oakleigh District this season and for Heatherton in the 2 seasons prior. So become a bit of a weapon inside forward 50 for Oakleigh District. It's just seeing him and his opponent, Curtis Karashik-Powell, they're all muddied up. It's a pretty muddy forward 50 for Oakleigh District. Back up in the middle we go. Warren got the clearance after missing the tap down. His kick was a good one. And it finds Francesco Bonacci, who's got Hamish Heath running all by himself. Stevens calling for it, as is Pearson getting the spoil. And he could have taken the mark there, Bailey Meyer, but he sees it out of bounds. I'll have this ball thrown in.
Poor kick there by Heath. Completely overshot Blake Pearson when Pearson had 5 yards in front on his opponent.
We'll cross down boundary side.
It's got a defender for Upper Gully who's totally lost his number. I'm trying to work out which number it is for you. It could be Atticus Todd, maybe number 10, but anyway, let me know if you can see a 10.
We'll have to get the marker out, the whiteboard marker.
Ball tossed back into play and not going anywhere in the right forward pocket for Oakleigh District. 15.5 minutes gone first quarter. The District trail 1 straight 6. Upper Gully 3-1-19 as this ball tossed up. Mason the tap down. Upper Gully tried to win another clearance. Bonacci, the kick off the ground, was smothered and Upper Gully clear. Hawkins was held without it by Russell Cowan, and the Waverley Blues premiership player.
He just mistimed his tackle there, Cowan.
As inside 50 goes Simon Hawkins to a big pack. It falls out now to Ethan Hunt, who goes the snap. Upper Gully have the numbers. The kick isn't all too great. Strange will pick up his own handball and just decides to thump it on the boot. Warren there with Heath, and Warren takes a really good mark. Started to get into the contest the last couple of minutes as Jacob Warren as he goes inside 50 in the Stevens direction. In fact, that was Simon Hawkins who took the mark. He slipped while he kicked, looking for Pearson. It might fall out now here to Stevens. Upper Gully managed to clear it out of bounds at the right half-back flank, left half-forward flank for Oakleigh District on the far side.
So strange seeing Simon Hawkins roaming around the forward line, because when he was at Waverley Blues, he was a defender, and a very good one at that. But obviously a very versatile player, as you need to be in the game these days. So umpire to throw it in. Oakleigh, as I say, they've had plenty of territory, but they've just got the one goal on the board, but they're far from out of this game as the ball is sent high, and there's going to be a free kick paid here. As it was a whistle pretty quickly. Hamish Heath, he's been pretty prominent early as well, trying to get on the end of it, but the umpire has got a bit of pushing and shoving as well. Get in there.
Might have been a recalled boundary throw in,
recalled boundary, it is. So umpire to throw it in. There'll be plenty of frustration out there today, just because of, I think, the conditions make it really difficult. So socket off the ground. Still trapped inside the forward 50 for Upper Ferntree Gully as they get it out towards the wing, and that's a great grab over there. I can't see who that is, but it's one of the Oakleigh players who will send it back inside 50. Goes to the hot spot, no mark taken. Ball spills to the ground. Bouncing around over there, and they get it out again. Upper Ferntree Gully, up they fly. No mark taken. On the ground over there. Trying to pick it up. And it's one of the Oakleigh players on the bottom of that, and he's immediately engulfed by about 3 opponents, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So 17.5 played, 19-6 out here at Kings Park. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 and Facebook and YouTube. Punted forward there by Strange. He's been pretty good early, but well nicely taken by one of the Oakleigh District defenders. He's going to be gone.
Ball up.
No, ball up. I thought the umpire's whistle had just gone before he got scragged, so he's a bit lucky. So umpire to throw it up. Up she goes. And one out of the ruck there, and it's fallen for Upper Ferntree Gully as they try and get it out. Socket off the ground there by Hawkins, I think it was, as it goes forward. Trying to pick it up, one of the Upper Ferntree Gully players. That's going to be a free kick potentially for a high shot.
Yep.
Yep, that is. So free kick going the way of Hunt. Hunt gets it off to an opponent. It's Connolly, I think. He goes wide out towards the boundary. Doesn't find a target. Probably go out over there. No, it's still in over there. Goes in there trying to pick it up was McIntosh, who just pokes it up the line. And now they've got a chance to once again go inside 50, but they overcook the mark. Nicely picked up by Wilson. He'll get it out for Upper Ferntree Gully. Just thumps it out towards the wing. Wing's being utilised a lot. You probably don't want to go through the middle too much because it's pretty chopped up today as the ball goes out wide once again.
The Upper Gully backline, gentlemen, is performing really well and very resolutely at the moment. They just seem to have all the answers. I just think with Oakleigh, they are showing enough poise, but their skills is letting them down at the moment.
Certainly is. They need to get into the hands of the Pearson brothers, Blake and Ryan. They are two pretty classy ball users as Archer competes in this ruck contest. Got the tap down. He's around this ball alongside Matthew Miller there, and we'll have this ball tossed up. Tackle there applied on Cooper Hudson. Around the ground splash.
East Ringwood a shot out already to a 30-point lead over Noble Park. East Ringwood 5-1. Noble Park 1 behind.
As Warm on it down to Black, who just thumps it on the boot. And the intercept mark taken there by Darcy Meyer.
3 intercept marks to 2 so far in favour of Upper Gully.
They've been resolute in defence, as we've mentioned previously, as the kick goes short from Darcy Meyer to Harvey Meyer. Down the line he goes, looking for Archer, who spilt the ball. Strange is around this, had a really impressive start as Travis Strange. But as I say that, it's Hamish Heath who bursts away from the stoppage, looks for Jacob Warren, also been impressing in ruck. Got it to Ethan Hunt, who gets a high free kick here. Former Brisbane Lions Academy player on centre wing on the far side. Down the line to the right half forward flank. Intercept taken by Darcy Meyer. Started getting to the contest a little bit more, Brash.
Doncaster North Ringwood 8 points apiece. Mitcham 6, Wanturna South 1, South Belgrave 13, Park Orchard 6.
And the intercept mark taken from that kick from Meyer. And the nice dance step there by Dylan Hilton, who's kicked down the line. Wasn't a great one, and a bit of kick-to-kick action between Darcy Meyer and Dylan Hilton. It'll be the former Glen Waverley Hawk who goes to centre wing.
So Ferntree Gully, Upper Ferntree Gully get the ball back in their hands again. It's Harvey Meyer. 3 Myers out on the ground today, so it can get a bit confusing. Kick not picked up over there by Wright. It was difficult, and that'll be wrapped up on the ground. And the umpire comes in and says, we'll ball it up. Over to Paulie in the Stats Centre.
The tackles so far in this game are 12-6 in favour of Upper Gully.
So a good day for defenders today. There's going to be a lot of tackling, you would think, in conditions like this. Up she goes. Warren might have got another hit out. He's been good, Warren, earlier as the ball is socket off the ground over there. That was a push, I think, pretty sure it was. Strange just said, get out of the way, just shoved him away, but the umpire said, let's play on. And
he didn't award.
No, he didn't. He has given the free. No, he's given the free kick. Yeah. Fair enough too. It was pretty blatant. So the Districts to bring it forward again. What have we had coming up to 21 minutes gone? So we're in time on at the end of the first term. Ball bounces past everybody. Goes out of bounds on the far side. Brace some scores.
Yeah, Croydon 8, Ringwood 1, Mulgrave 12, East Burwood 7, the Basin 6, Lilydale 12, and Waverley Blues and Boronia 12 points apiece.
So low scoring day, you would imagine, today with the conditions probably right across the league.
Got one more score here, Blackburn 4-1, Norwood 2 goals.
So ball back in play. Goes past one of the players over there in Hunt for Oakleigh District, and the ball is wrapped up on the ground again, and the umpire comes in and says we'll throw it up. So 13-point lead to Upper Ferntree Gully. They're well worth that, although having said that, Oakleigh District have had some territory. They just haven't been able to put the goals on the board. Warren pushes it, shoves his man out of the way, works his man out of the way, not shoves him. As the ball is in the hands of Pearson, he's taken on a strong tackle on the ground by Strange. He's been really good. Back to Brash.
Division 3, Coldstream 26, Warrandyte 6, Knox 0, Donvale 6, Surrey Park 28, Sylvan 7, Upper Gully 19, Oakley 6.
Thank you, Brash. Actually, you wonder with a day like this is there could be a few upsets because of the conditions. It can certainly be a bit of a leveller, and can often take the sort of the orthodox out of play. But we'll have to wait and see.
And I've got one more here, Brett. Churnside 13, Kilsyth 1. Scoresby 33, Emlock no score.
All right, good start by Scoresby. A little soccer off the ground there by Meyer. Back into the contest again, and there's going to be another stoppage.
Inside forward 50 for Upper Ferntree Gully as they look to put another goal on the board heading into quarter time. Todd of the Buster variety got the tap down. Black did really well with the clearance, got it out wide to Dean Metropolis. His kick inboard flirting with danger, might have turned it over. Cowan sliding in, doing really well, picks himself up, goes inside 50 in the Bailey direction. It falls out the back now for Luke Strawn, who's up against Raheem Lamidi, who does well to soccer it forward, looking in the direction of Tex McIntosh, who's wrapped up, and umpire circling will call for a ball up. Left half forward playing, 24 minutes gone in this first quarter.
When the ball goes in the Upper Gully forward 50, they're working a lot harder than Oakleigh to keep it in there.
Ward taps it out of bounds. We'll have a boundary thrown right on the 50-metre arc. There are probably 50-metre arcs out here at Kings Park, which is one of the more
there would be.
Which is one of the more bigger venues in the Eastern Football Netball League. As umpire tosses it back into play. Ward and Lucharelli lock horns. Lucharelli the tap down. Oakleigh just try to drag it out of there. They can't. It's Upper Ferntree Gully who escape with it. Harvey Meyer around this. Might have been pushed in the back. It was a bone-crunching tackle. And umpire will call for it. We'll have a ball up inside forward 50 for Upper Ferntree Gully. 24 and a half minutes gone. Boundary side to Ryan Long.
Just going to be interesting to see what they do with Blake Pearson. Playing forward, but Bailey Meyer playing him very close, giving him no space at all.
That was nearly high there.
Yeah, it was nearly high on Harvey Meyer, who's copped a couple of hits on.
He's copped it big time today on poor old Harvey.
I think it was, not too sure it was this time around. In the meanwhile, Lucharelli got the tap down. Hawkins might have dragged it in. Umpire will call for it. So
you almost got to be a brave umpire to ping him today, isn't you?
Yeah, I think you do.
Siren's about to go.
Up this, and there is the siren. One of the more quieter sirens out here at Kings Park. It's the Kings that do lead this game. Up Ferntree Gully 3-1-19 to Oakleigh District 1 straight 6. Brett Beston with the major goal kickers.
So for Upper Ferntree Gully, Bailey's kicked a couple, Strangers kicked to 1, and Stevens with the goal for the Oakleigh District side. So low scoring affair as we predicted, and it's quarter time out here at Kings Park, and it's Upper Ferntree Gully in front 19-6. Time for a quick break, and we'll come back with the second term in just a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kings Park at a very wet Upper Ferntree Gully for this very important third division clash out here on our Eastland match of the day. Really a must-win for the home side, almost an elimination final for them really. Up against the Oakleigh District side, and at quarter time it's a three goals on the board for Upper Ferntree Gully. They've made a pretty good start, 3-1-19 to 1-6. Gentlemen, what do you make of that first quarter? I think Upper Ferntree Gully probably well worth their lead.
Yeah, they did. I thought they worked really hard. Their back six really did play really together as a unit. Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I've got Mark Fisher here with us. Thanks for joining us, Mark. Strong first quarter. Obviously, the boys got the message and got the direction. They came out firing.
Yeah, they did. Excellent. Yeah, so we want to try and own the contest and put energy into the ball and get it going forward. And there was a couple of opportunities they missed, but for the most part, give them a tick.
And any changes for that, or is it just still the same message as what it was before the first siren?
No, pretty much the same, but as I said, don't go away from it. We started to go away from it in the last sort of 5 minutes there. If we can keep that intensity around what we're trying to do, we'll be okay.
Boys finding the conditions all right, so a little bit soft underfoot.
Love it out here.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, I think, Brett and Josh, that I think Upper Gully definitely deserve their lead. Brian, what do you got for us, mate?
Well, Blake Pearson was very passionate with the boys, not happy with the effort that they put in that first quarter. Just really talking about getting their head over the ball first. That Upper Ferntree Gully did that very well in the first term, and they struggled to match it. Their intensity's got to lift, their tackle numbers as well, just the 9 tackles, they've got to lift that, according to Blake, and just a much better effort in this quarter with the breeze.
Thank you there to Ryan Long. And just touching on Blake Pearson, he's thrown himself straight into the middle after starting inside forward 50.
Problem is, he did allude to this on pre-match, that sometimes he does actually have to put himself in the contest or at certain positions to get the best value out of him.
Needs to be in 2 places at once almost, doesn't he?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Just about ready to start the second term. Umpire holds the ball aloft. And the World's Quieter siren goes off as the ball goes back into play. Here's Wardy.
Lucharelli with the big leap, got it down to his coach in Pearson, but turns it over to Cowan, who's had a pretty decent start. rode the bump. His kick might be turned over here to Blake Pearson right in front of us. It's a really good pickup. 2 stars of the EFNL Division 3 going head-to-head, and Pearson sees it out of bounds as the ball a bit muddy after that. It
was quite a physical little piece of tackle there on Pearson.
It absolutely was, from Russell Cowan, who's done a terrific job for Upper Gully this season, as Lucarelli got the tap down for Oakleigh District. Falling on his feet there was Matthew Miller, who might get hands on this ball. He does. Catalano receives it. Trade dropped the mark, and it invites Matthew Graham, who's wrapped up by Mitch Trade alongside Cooper Hudson, and we'll have this ball thrown up right half forward flank for Upper Ferntree Gully, who lead 19-6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this Eastland match of the round. Ball pinballing around as we go down boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, boys, while I was down there, I was trying to look for that that elusive number 10, so I'm backing Atticus Todd. He's the one you can't see, the only one of.
As Ward got the tap down, it's now sharked by Harvey Meyer, who's rode a few bumps but pulled up really well today. Looks for Ryland Bullock. Ball was overcooked, and Conditch applies the tackle. We'll have this ball tossed up by Brash.
Premier Division, quarter time. Blackburn 5-2. Norwood 3 goals. East Ringwood still lead 32-1.
Low ball scores from the East Ringwood game. Thanks, Brash. As the ball goes up, it's on the deck and it's been wrapped up. There was no surprise, is it? I mean, let's face it, as Matthew Graham is on the bottom of that. So up it goes again. Upper Ferntree Gully won it out of the ruck. Pearson, it's been terrific in the first term, taken the ground. It's got into the middle now, as we mentioned, after starting the game forward. Such a good player. You really need him everywhere, as it's one out of the middle there nicely by Lucarelli. And there's a free kick going the way of Oakleigh District. So Pearson says, give it to me, I'll take it. And he puts it on the boot and thumps it out wide to the cricket pitcher. A great marker. That's a fantastic grab over there taken by Trait.
Mark of the day contender there.
Did really well. That's a big tackle coming in there. And that is gone. Todd, it was. He's given a bit of an aftermath as well. And taken quickly as they go forward up a Ferntree Gully. Pearson soccers towards the boundary. Soccers to his own advantage, and then he picks it up. Oh, that's brilliant play in these conditions. Now he thumps it down the line. It's probably going to go out almost. Still in over there. Picked up by Meyer of the Darcy variety. 3 of them on the ground today. As the ball is over there, and that was out of bounds. Brash.
Division 1, Doncaster 14, North Ringwood 15, Mitcham 13, One Turner South 2, South Belgrave 19, Park Orchard 7.
So umpire to throw. That was superb play by Blake Pearson over there. That really was.
Showing why he's a 2-time Chandler medalist there, Blake Pearson.
So up it goes as they throw it in. Nicely won in the ruck contest there by Ward. Straight back over the boundary, and we'll have another thrower.
Travis Strange was just about to run onto the ball. I thought he was Upper Ferntree Gully's best in that first quarter. Put together a terrific season.
Agreed.
And kicked the 1 goal for a formidable midfielder alongside Russell Cowan as ball tossed back into play. Ward might have been held without it. He was. Lucarelli got the lead, and Ward just stood his ground and will receive
like a piggyback race.
As he goes down the line. His kick was a really good one. I think that is Travis Strange with hands on this ball now. Just thumps it inside 50. There's that surge footy. Upper Gully have been playing all day as Buster Todd got it to Strawn. The shot on goal is to the left. And a minor one for Upper Gully. 3-2-20 to Oakleigh District. 1 straight, 6, 4 minutes gone. Second quarter, Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's cross down to Scott Hardy on the boundary. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Rain starting to fall a little bit heavier down here now, so that scoreline is going to be beneficial for Upper Gully.
I need to go to one of the interchange benches or come in with us, Scott and Ryan.
I was going to say,
we'll hold it out here. Tough down here.
It's a good job. Wardy's not down there. He would have been out of there by now.
Oh, yeah.
As the ball is kicked out towards the wing, dropped in the contest over there, picked up over there. Is that Pearson again? I think it is. Now it's in the hands or off the boot, at least, if Connolly gets it forward. No one in particular has been kicked to. It's just been soccered forward. Another attempted soccer over there to Hudson. Back to Scotty.
Sorry, just to continue there, and Tangles, you'll be pleased to know that there's not many blankets in the car down here. Everyone's happy to get amongst it. I think it's all about the clientele down here in the gully. They're more than happy with the rain.
They're hard down here. as the ball goes in. Gets right over the back. Almost a ruck contest win there by Ward, but couldn't quite get it. Let's go to Brash for some scores.
Div 2, Croydon 14, Ringwood 1, Heathmont 13, Templestowe 4, Mulgrave 25, East Burwood 13, The Basin 12, Lilydale 18, Waverley Blues 12, Baronia 13.
A strange sends it inside 50. It might fall out the back here for Rory Bailey or Connor Morgan. Morgan did really well to tap it through. Was under pressure from Josh Mason, whose number has gotten muddier. Now,
you could almost take possession about 10 metres out and just slide through, couldn't you, for a rush behind?
On the score, it's 3-3-21 Upper Gully to 1 straight 6. Oakleigh is straight. Dropped the mark and another dropped mark by Hilton, as you'd expect in absolutely torrential conditions out here at Kings Park. Trade with the smart mark taken ahead of Travis Strange. Has it on this left half back flank. Goes to the centre wing broadcast side. Meyer coming in from behind on Ethan Hunt, who might have applied the high tackle he has. And a bit of how's your father from Darcy Meyer after that. There's a bit going on right in front of us. There's a bit of feeling in this contest.
Settle down, fellas.
Stevens has got Russell Cowan and Adrian Catalano as Bash will go for some scores.
Coldstream in 26, Warrandyte 6, Knox 8, Donvale 7, Sylvan 13, Surrey Park 36.
Maybe that hoodoo might be over for Surrey Parkers.
It was over before the game started. What are you talking about, Wardy?
There's a free kick taken by Upper Ferntree Gully. It'll be Braden Wilson down the line, finds the waiting hands of Patrick Lucciarelli, who takes the intercept mark. Got Black as a handball receive option, uses him, sold the candy there. I think that was Josh Mason, goes down the line. The sliding mark nearly taken by Cochrane, who sees it out of bounds for boundary throw in Brash.
Quarter time, Div 4, Churnside 13, Killside 7, Forest Hills 27, Nunawading 8, Scoresby 35, Croydon North, Emlock 7, South Belgrave 3-1-19. Leading Park Orchards 1-1-7 at quarter time.
And I believe Justin Van Unen's on 999 goals.
Oh, wow, okay. I was just surprised with that big dust-up that happened down in front of us. I was waiting for the card to come out, but there's probably a bit of everyone was in it, so it was a bit hard to tell who the transgressor was. Pearson, as the rain really starts to come down, it looks like it's got heavier. Boys on the boundary will be able to confirm that as it goes inside 50. Picking it up there is Pearson of the wine variety. It's in the hands of nobody at the moment. It's bouncing around where Lucciarelli had it for a moment but lost it. And now it's in the hands there of that man. I'm not going to try and say his name again, Astapopoulos.
Boundary.
Needs to change his name as we go boundary.
Yeah, to answer your question, Besto, it certainly has lifted the rain. It's just dropped off as we speak, but Lee Green's come out with 2 umbrellas for us.
How kind.
Best in the business, always looking after us.
I think it's more for his equipment than us.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Scott.
So it's gone through for a minor score, so 21 plays 6, and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 8 minutes gone in the second term.
It is absolutely pelting down as people tuning in on Facebook and YouTube probably will be able to see as the kick in looks for Ward. Warren got the front position, ball not going anywhere. McDonald tried to steal it from his teammate there in Russell Cowan, and over thrown back up as it looks like it's coming in sideways out here, the rain. As Ward down to Pearson, very clean with ball in hand, but turns it over. Bailey looking for Matthew Graham, who's under plenty of pressure. McDonald under pressure, too much pressure. And it's a high free kick against Dean Apostolopoulos. I'll butcher that sometime later today as free kick goes down the line from McDonald.
I'll just do it for both of us.
Bullock went up against 2 Oakleigh District opponents and of this ball. Tossed up, Rash.
East Ringwood 6-2, Noble Park 1 behind.
So sorry, Wardy, as it's in the hands of Connolly. Sorry, it wasn't Connolly, it was McDonald, the other number 7. And it's going to be on the ground. There are all sorts of calls for free kicks, etc. It's fumbled, and that's probably going to be a stoppage. We just wait for it to come out. Bouncing around over there, almost inevitably, just waiting for the umpire's whistle. Eventually it goes, and we'll have another stoppage. So
this 14-point lead for Upper Gully is about a 5-goal lead at the moment. They just can't find any avenues to go, Oakleigh District, at this stage.
No arguments there. And the worst, if they get another couple, it's going to be very, very hard to peg back.
Sorry, Besto. The tackles in the second quarter at the moment are 7-5 the way of Oakleigh District.
Got a bit of a disco. Actually, it's a kid's birthday party, I think, just happening in the background here. I wonder if that
might be celebrating Lee Lawson's 300th game. Congratulations to him as well.
Apologies if you can hear that in the background. So put on the boot, and it's Mayer. Meyer at least, Bailey gets it forward.
Big
Marcus
Lukey Strawn. Come on, Lukey. Kick a goal, mate.
So Strawn thumps it forward. I don't think he'll have the legs, but it's still a bit of danger here for Oakleigh. They're trying to get out of this. It's a handball to no one in particular. Nicely picked up. Is that Hawkins over there? I think it is. Gets a little kick out, and it's going to probably go out of bounds over there. Still in for the moment. Just waiting for it to eventually go out, and it does. And we'll have another throw in. So 21 plays 7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've had 10 minutes gone, so we're halfway through the second term.
I think Upper Gully are extremely happy with how things are progressing for them at the moment. They are working hard, but they're making sure that Oakleigh don't get any easy kicks either.
McDonald, a nice handball to Strange, who managed to get a handball himself, but it's to Francesco Bonacci, who might have been taken high, wasn't. He calls for the free kick, but umpire instead calls it out of bounds.
He did put up. There was a case for it.
It was, but
unfortunately, umpire didn't see it that way.
The judge has thrown it out.
Might have to get Michael Christian onto it.
No thanks.
We might need a 5-time grand finalist umpire Mike Tennant to
spare me.
Oh dear.
He is out at Churnside Park today.
I was going to say, where is he today?
No Montrose today, so he's ventured out to Kimberley Reserve as the kick is a bit of a grubber there from Rory Bailey, and there's a holding free kick going to Oakleigh District. Brash, you've got some scores?
Yeah, if you're a Noble Park supporter, you're not going to be happy here.
Stop giving that score, Brash.
East Ringwood 8-2-50, Noble Park 1 behind.
Terrific start from
Is there a declaration you can, or something like that they can,
As Oakleigh have moved it inside forward 50 in the meanwhile, looking in the direction of Stevens, but Karashik Powell gets the intercept. His ball might have been intercepted. No, it isn't. It's worked really well here by Upper Ferntree Gully. It's now in the hands of, I think that was Atticus Todd. Goes down the line looking for Ryland Bullock. Got the fly, but couldn't take the mark. Strawn on hands and knees. Potts did well. Gets this ball back here from Francis Connolly, as his kick is a really good one from Potts. And it's Dean Apostolopoulos who takes the mark. Eventually, I'll butcher that as he goes out wide to Francesco Bonacci. He turns it over here. Braden Wilson with a nice spin move down the line in the direction of Ben Ward. He's got Meyer calling for it in the middle. Ignores him. Instead goes inside forward 50. Might spill out the back here for Ed Manson. It's Potts who ducked his head in, and we'll go down boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Just from ground level, it seems Upper Gully just handling these conditions so much better. Seem a little bit more quick on the ground as well as being more clean in their possession.
Time to get some stats from Paul.
Yeah, the inside 50s in this quarter are all going one way. It's 7-2 the way of Upper Gully.
And Brash, some scores.
Doncaster 14, North Ringwood 18, Mitcham 19, Wanturna South 2, South Belgrave 20, Park Orchards 7.
Thanks for that. So it's going to be Upper Ferntree Gully who go forward, but no mark taken. It's going to be, what is that, a free kick, I think? Right, no, the umpire says play on. It's in the hands of Hilton, who manages to get a kick forward. He might have kicked this.
Yes,
he has. So the Hilton it was. There was a bit of confusion because he took it and the umpire sort of said play on. Everyone was standing around waiting for the call of the mark or the free kick.
They got left flat-footed here, Oakleigh. I think they were playing to the umpire's whistle, and they've been burnt here.
Yep.
Because they just basically stood still there, the Oakleigh defence.
Yep. So Hilton's just played on, and he's put it through probably one of the easier goals he'll get in his career. And that margin suddenly out to quite a commanding 20 points. 4-3-27 to 1-1-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard down to the boundary.
Yeah, you're right, boys. It wasn't 15, and that's what the umpire called to play on. But Oakleigh District, their defenders, as you said, Brash, just all standing still. And no matter what the decision was, right or wrong, they've got to be a bit more switched on. And he just allowed him to run into an open goal.
And there's a free kick going to Upper Ferntree Gully, so it might be going from bad to worse for Oakleigh District. Archer just chucked it on the boot. It wasn't a great kick. Potts around this, turns it over, looking in the direction, the kick to Rory Bailey, and there is going to be a holding free kick indeed.
Umpire Paul Uconi all over it.
You almost feel here, guys, that Upper Gully sense that this game is right up for grabs, and I reckon they're thinking that we might be able to nail this by half time.
A couple more goals, and they're just about home in these conditions.
Yes, it definitely is. Rory Bailey from directly in front, kicking from around 40 metres out. The Upper Ferntree Gully co-captain to the left.
Ooh.
Could have had 3, but he doesn't have it. 4-4-28 Upper Gully, Oakleigh District 1-1-7. 15 minutes go on second quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So was that a boundary call, boys?
Yeah, just saying from down here, Brash, you're right. Like, it's just it's not on Oakleigh's terms, so they're just getting frustrated, giving away silly free kicks and a little bit of extra niggle around the contest.
So, good one, Scotty. So Hilton it was, he tried to take that mark, but we'll cut him some slack. It was a relatively easy chest mark, but he just dropped it. But it's really tough out there, and it's only going to get worse as the day goes on. Up it goes, ball on the grounds, socket out of there. Nicely picked up over there by... that's a high tackle. It's going to be a free kick to Oakleigh District.
We're going to see a lot of them this afternoon as the players slide into it.
I got it. Apostolopoulos. First time today. Goes down the line. Ball there for the contest. It's Pearson, I think, who gets a nice little handball out. They stick it up the line, and that's well taken too. And they'll come forward off the boot of Cochrane inside 50. Chance for the District to get one here as it's bouncing around, but there's no one back there. They can still make something of it, and diving in there is, I think that's Heath it was. He just dived on the footy, but it comes out. We'll just have to wait for this to eventually, the whistle will go. And we'll have free kick going the way of Oakleigh District. So we'll just hang on for a minute, Brace, while we have this free kick, and then we'll get some scores, and it's going to go the way of Heath.
That was superb play from Hamish Heath before as well. Forced that contest inside forward 50, applied the pressure and gets reward for effort here potentially.
Been really good in the in this one, Heath. So he just showed a lot of courage there, just diving in there. He just knew he had to get to the footy. And in these conditions, that's sometimes the case. So he should... No, I'm not going to say anything. So Heath, he comes in. Difficult conditions for kicking, and he has missed it.
He kicked the ball.
He shanked that.
So he certainly made a hatch of that, but as I say, we've cut him some slack. Brash, some scores?
Coldstream 28, Warrandyte 6, Knox 15, Donvale 14, Sylvan 26, a little comeback, Surrey Park 37.
So 28-8 on the Bendigo Bank score, but great grab over there. That was terrific by Darcy Meyer. So Upper Ferntree Gully to bring it out off halfback.
And he goes to true centre wing on this broadcast side. McDonald in a coat hanger tackle there by Raheem Lamidi, who goes back to his defensive line, and we'll get this ball tossed up right in front of us out here at Kings Park. Lucharelli the tap down. Cowan nearly sharked the clearance. Instead it's Hawkins. Again went the kick off the ground. Cowan did really well to get his head underneath it. Went up against 2.
Cowan, he's been like a bull in a china shop today, Cowan. He's just been in and under and just really trying to will himself in every contest.
Absolutely immense today has Cowan, and as there he is applying the tackle, and the ball goes out of bounds. Brash, some scores.
Div 4, Churnside 26, Kilsyth 14, Forest Hills 27, Nunawading 8, Scoresby 41, Croydon North Emlock 7.
As the party continues on out here at Upper Ferntree Gully, and there's a holding free kick in the meanwhile on the field to Ryan Archer, as he'll have this at the right half-back flank here. Goes down the line to true centre wing in the direction of Luke Strawn, but Raheem Lamidi with a really good mark taken there. Come across in the mid-season from Blackrock this year to Oakleigh District as his kick was again turned over. There's been a lot of that today. Meyer to Cowan. Just goes the long ball to true centre half forward. They might spill out the back here for Oakleigh District. It's Lamidi who turns it over. Upper Gully's kick wasn't all too flash either, and it's Tex McIntosh clearing his defensive lines. Upper Gully have the numbers here. Cowan run down from behind from Ethan Hunt. Pressured the kick. Edmondson doesn't keep it in. And the ball will be tossed back into play. You'll probably be able to see on your screens the brollies have come off from Scott Hardy and Ryan Long. Is there less rain down there, Scott and Ryan?
Yeah, it's definitely finished at the moment, but I'd say it'll come back and the brollies will be back up. Geez, that was a hard tackle on Cowan as well. He's feeling the pinch after that.
He certainly is. As Oakleigh District get this clearance, there is Cowan applying the tackle. Hawkins still managed to get it out to McIntosh. Ball fumbles out of bounds.
Scott Hardy gets a kick.
He does.
Two. He's got 2 because the first one wasn't effective.
Definitely wouldn't put my hands on it.
He's got 2 possessions, but not at 100% efficiency. I'm sorry.
That's about right.
Umpire throw it back in. Up it goes. Doesn't even get to the rucks. It sort of falls short of them, which is the case. It's been socket hack forward at least, going forward and chasing it back there. is the big ruckman in Bailey Meyer, in fact it was, as it's socked forward. Pearson going back there, he's got a bit of work to do, but he's beaten to the football this time, socked forward by Karajic Powell out towards the boundary. Ball comes out for the moment, and it's in the hands there of Kondik. So Kondik bouncing all over the place now. It's a kick forward again. Socket off the ground once again as it goes inside 50. Can they get to it? Diving up here.
That was a possession.
That was Hunt, and that's a goal. Yeah. So Hunt it was. He just threw himself. That was what we were talking about. He slid about 10 metres. And as we watch the replay, because I actually lost sight of this for a moment, there he is.
I think it's Simon Hawkins
getting the tap out. And it's almost, that's an assist. That's a really good assist. And Simon Hawkins it was, he was on the end of it and he pops it through, and a much-needed goal for Oakleigh. They get it back to a 28-14 deficit down to the boundary.
Just quickly, Braden Kondik coming off limping there. Not too sure on which leg, but heavy tackle, and he's feeling it. I'll report back to you once trainers get to his hands.
Thanks, Scotty.
As Oakleigh District, they're trailing by 14 points, 2-2-14. The District, 4-4-28. Upper Gully, the first goal, I believe, of this second quarter, or the second goal, I should say. Bailey, the first one for Upper Gully. In the meanwhile, Ward going up against Warren, and the two Lockhorns following that ruck contest. We'll have another stoppage in the middle of Kinks Park. Eastland mash of the round. Upper Gully looking to keep their finals hopes alive in Division 3, as Ward just took matters into his own hands. There's plenty of pressure being applied, but again, too much pressure from Upper Ferntree Gully, and it's Francesco Bonacci who will get this free kick. Been a quiet day for Bonacci, who's put together a terrific season, named in the best in 12 or 14 games, and has kicked 16 goals. As the former St. Kevin's old boy down the line to the left half forward flank for Oakleigh District. He goes. Hawkins on the ground, as was Cowan, who just decides to kick it out of bounds. There were calls for deliberate, but nothing doing. Ball tossed back into play is Brush. We've got some scores.
Yeah, Premier Division, East Ringwood 10-2-62, leading Noble Park 2-1-13.
And the condition of the ground, we've just gotten a photo from Lee Green. It's not looking all too flashy.
From Kate.
From Kate there, of course.
There's no one there either. I think there's about 5 people there, and they're running the canteen.
So the ball on the ground again. Brash, if you give another Noble Park score, I'm turning your mic off. As the ball goes forward, beautifully picked up in these conditions. That was Bailey, I think it was. He got a handball off. Chasing through there is Cowan. He's been good, and he gets his head taken off over there too, and that'll be a free kick. Yeah. And a bit of how's your father as well. I think that was...
Tell you what, Cowan's, for mine, is clearly the best player on the ground at the moment. He's in everything.
Oh, it's on again.
I got another score from Premier Josh. Blackburn 9-6-60, leading Norwood 4 straight 24 halfway through the second quarter.
I think we had a boundary call as well before.
Oh yeah, I was just backing up Brash's point. Every time there's a one-on-one contest and the ball's to be won, it's Cowan every time the first there.
So speak of the devil, he gets his kick down and coming across and thumping it out of play was Metropolis, much to the delight of his own fan club down there, I think.
Well, Mark Fisher actually said to us on pre-match he put it on Cowan today to perform, and Cowan's lived up to his promise so far.
Not 100% sure what happened there. It's a free kick anyway. Nonetheless, it's Hilton who puts it on the boot and thumps it forward to about a half forward. Ball goes down to onto the deck once again. Ferntree Gully, Upper Ferntree Gully get it forward. That's a nice kick, and there is that man Cowan again.
Oh, yeah.
He's been in the game plenty today. I'd love to know how many possessions he's had. But
I reckon he'd be up to at least 20, Brett.
Well, that's a lot. I don't know if it'll be quite right. And then you've just put, I just put the Moz on him because he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. It was touched though. So we'll let him off. He has been very good. Him and Blake Pearson for Oakleigh District. I've liked their games. Brash, some more scores.
Div 1, Doncaster 3-2-20, North Ringwood 3-8-26, Mitcham 3-2-20, Wanturna South 1-3-9, South Belgrave 3-4-22, Park Orchards 1-3-9.
So once again, the throw-in doesn't get to the rucks. It's falling well short of them, so they might have to come in. It's the heavy ball, though, making it really hard as Warren gets the tap that time out of the ruck towards the boundary, and that's going to be out on the full, I think. That is, so free kick going the way of Oakleigh. Sorry, Upper Ferntree Gully it'll be. They just get the guy to sit down in front of the camera. That'd be superb. Ball goes inside 50. That's a great grab. And that's Travis Strange. He's also played particularly well today. He takes the mark.
Had a terrific season, has Travis Strange as he goes short with the kick. And it finds the hands of Braden Wilson, who's right in front of his interchange bench on the right half-back flank for Upper Ferntree Gully. Goes to a big pack. Water was around this, as was Josh Mason, who's wrapped up. Brush.
Div 2, Croydon 4-3-27, Ringwood 1-1-7, Heathmont 3-3-21, Templestowe 5 behinds, Mulgrave 5-2-32, East Burwood 2-2-14, The Basin 2-1-13, Lilydale 4 straight, Waverley Blues 2-1, Baronia 3-9.
Let's go down to the boundary.
Yeah, Russell Cowan just having a well-deserved break has come to the bench.
Maybe Oakleigh might prosper without Russell Cowan as Hawkins got it to Cochrane with the kick, looking for Ethan Hunt, who went up against Darcy Meyer. He's had a really good second quarter as Meyer, and under plenty of pressure in defence as this ball.
They don't seem to be able to kick the ball to position in their forward 50, Oakleigh.
No.
They're a little bit all over the joint there.
They need to focus potentially more on going to the likes of Mark Stevens, just throwing it deep, which is what Upper Ferntree Gully have done really well today. Hunt got it down. Apostolopoulos, the inside 50 now from Oakleigh District. It might end in the hands of Stevens. No, it's Black. Just got through a couple of tackles, got the handball away, and the District have the goal. And I think that was Bonacci. It was Francesco Bonacci with that goal for Oakleigh District. And it's back down to an 8-point margin. A bit of reward for effort there for Oakleigh District. 3-2-20 the District. Upper Ferntree Gully 4-4-28. 26 minutes gone, second quarter. Benny Banks scoreboard. Let's cross down to Scott Hardy on the boundary, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yeah, and just quickly, Tingles there. Brandon Condick, he's gone to the rooms now. He's doing some pacing up and down the boundary, doing some running exercises, but they've taken him to the rooms. He seemed okay, but I'll have to report back after halftime.
Not an HIA, Scotty, would it be? No? Probably not.
Brush, some scores?
Div 3, Croydon, Coldstream 5-4-34, Warrandyte 1 straight 6, Knox 2-4-16, Donvale 2-3-15, Sylvan and Surrey Park all square 5-8-6-2, and that'll do.
All right, so McDonald it was. He got the kick out. We can't be far away from half time. We've had 27 minutes gone as the ball is socked forward on the ground. A late goal here would be pretty important, but it's not going to be happening at the moment because we're going to have a stoppage. So they want to get the stoppage underway pretty quickly because the siren is imminent. Brash.
Div 4, Churnside 5-2, Killside 3-2, Forest Hills 4-3-27, Nunawading 1-2-8, Scoresby 6-7-43, Croydon North Emlock 1-2-8.
So still no clearance and the ball is on the ground. Tackle made by Pearson and the umpire says once again we'll ball it up. So up it goes. One out of the ruck there nicely by Ward, but not really... has been socked forward. Warren tried to get his boot to it, couldn't do so. Pearson's in there, manages to get it out. He's been really good, Pearson. Trying to pick it up over there was, I think it was Conley, and the ball on the ground. They try and fight their way out of the ruck contest, and that'll be another stoppage. Wonder if they've got a second set of Guernseys, everyone. That'll be quite useful at half time.
Yeah, imagine if they reversed them. What fun that'd be for us.
So Warren it is who gets the head out, falling into the hands of Bonacci, who's going to be wrapped up there by Strange. Brash.
Premier Division. I know you don't want to hear this one, Brett. East Ringwood 11-2-68, leading Noble Park 3-1-19.
Every comeback's got to start somewhere, Besto.
That's right, not today though.
East Ringwood look like they might kick 100 points here.
150 at this rate.
As Ethan Hunt with the very clean pickup, looking inboard to Ryan Pearson. That was also a really good pickup. It's a foot race now, and it's going to be Upper Gully who win out. Josh Mason was forced to throw it on the boot. No, in fact, it was Atticus Todd. Mason's around this ball, but he lost the ball there. Bonacci under plenty of pressure. There is Josh Mason trying to weave his way out of trouble. He does. The handball inboard eventually finds Travis Strange, who has to go up against two Upper Gully opponents. There goes the halftime siren. And it's an 8-point Upper Ferntree Gully lead heading into the main break. 4-4-28. Oakleigh District 3-2-20. Brett Beston, the major goal kickers.
So the goal kickers I have for Oakleigh District, Hawkins, Bonacci and Dillon. I've actually got 4 for them. They've only kicked 3 there, haven't they?
I think it might have been Stevens, and for Upper Ferntree Gully it might have been Isaac Wright who kicked the only goal in that second quarter.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, along with Strange, and of course Bailey's got a couple as well. So half-time out here at Upper Ferntree Gully, very wet conditions, but an interesting game nonetheless, and it's up for grabs. It's Upper Ferntree Gully, the home side, 4 for 28, leading 3-2-20. We'll take a break and we'll come back and analyse the first half with our halftime show after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kings Park as we analyse the first half. It's been pretty wet conditions out here, pretty muddy, but nonetheless an interesting game, absorbing contest, and we're really none the wiser. It was Ferntree Gully or Upper Ferntree Gully who had their moments, but Oakleigh District have held in there and they trail by 8 points on the Bendigo Bank score. But everyone's deserted us at half time.
That's just me and you, Brett.
I think they've headed to the pie. So joined by, of course, EFNL Media Manager Ryan Long. Ryan, you were down in amongst it and the conditions. It got pretty willing for a time. But overall, not sort of steady rain, but not too bad apart from that 10-minute patch.
Yeah, it was only really that second quarter at the start where it started to rain, but I don't think it's going to do very much because the ground is quite damp itself, obviously with a lot of rain last night, this morning and previously during the week. So I don't think the ground condition will change a whole lot from now on. It's really just in patches where it is muddy. It's not as bad as what some of the other grounds are probably copping at the moment. But, I mean, speaking to what you guys have been talking about across the afternoon so far, these goals are worth 2 each goal. And what is an 8-point margin, which is important for Oakleigh District to get it back into single digits, feels more like the 3 to 4 goal margin for Upper Ferntree Gully. But they'll come in to half-time, maybe a little bit disappointed with the way that half ended, Upper Ferntree Gully, with Oakleigh probably getting a little bit more on top in the midfield, creating some more opportunities, some goals out of the back, and similar to what Upper were doing in that first quarter. And that's what they've got to do. They've got to find some space. It's not going to be pretty. And I think a few times they're looking for the handball receives. They're looking to try and link up and how they would go on a normal dry day, but they can't worry about that. They've just got gain territory and that's what all it is, and then locking it in your forward half, which you can do in these conditions.
Yeah, players that stood out in the first half. Well, you talked a lot about Russell Cowan, but I liked Travis Stranger's game as well. And then on the other side of the ledger, it was Blake Pearson, who showed some class at different times, and Simon Hawkins, I thought too. Of course, the ex-Waverley Blues man was pretty good, and there was a few others. But look, it's the goals are going to be a premium today. We have spoken about it. There's only been, 7 for the game?
Correct.
So if Upper Ferntree Gully could get, say, the first 2 of this, it's a big call. Of that third term, it's going to be very hard to peg back, isn't it?
Oh, it is, and we sort of said earlier, when they get the first 3, that's a massive start, and you straight away you've got a lot of pressure on Oakleigh District, and listening into Blake Pearson at quarter time, he was pretty fired up, and he certainly didn't go easy on him, and deservedly so, because a lot of players from Oakleigh District weren't putting their head over the ball, and that's what Upper Ferntree Gully did so well. Russell Cohen's the main culprit of that. He's just hard. He's a bull, hard at it, inside midfielder. He's first to the contest every time. These are the conditions that he just thrives in. I reckon he wakes up in a morning where it's raining and he just rubs his hand together and go, this is where that's my day, and I'm going to stand out. And that's what it does. I mean, Jason Ackermanis always talked about that as the Stars really step up when it does rain, and someone like Cowan has really benefited on today's conditions. So Oakleigh District started to get a little bit better in that area, the game in the second term, but they've still got a lot to go. Their tackle numbers at quarter time were just 9, and that was another talking point where I think they, without having the stats in front of me, I think they lifted that in the second quarter. The pressure was a bit better from both sides, and it's going to be one of those days where I think 8 goals is just about enough to win in the game. I think 8 or 9 goals is not going to take a whole lot.
Yeah, I sort of thought when it was at the start of the day, I was thinking around the 7 to 8 mark myself, so I'm inclined to agree. Have you seen the ruck, Joel? I thought Warren came into the game quite nicely. He was very, very good on the ruck, and then, of course, up against his opposite number and Ben Ward. So it's been an interesting duel, and, of course, the ruckmen play a big part on a day like today, don't they?
They certainly did, and I actually thought Warren was quite good, particularly in that second quarter, and probably maybe got the better of Ward at stages. And, I mean, Ward's doing a great job considering, their main ruckman in Richardson, who's a phenomenal ruckman for Upper Ferntree Gully, isn't in the side at the moment. So he's had to step up, and he's done a great job. They've just got, I just feel like this is their sort of day. I mean, we've talked about Lee's 300th and the reserves, and they get up there. The 19's got up. It feels like everything's going quite well. They're up and about. At quarter time, they seem pretty hyped compared to the Oakleigh District bench, and then same with the crowd. Every time it comes on this side, you can hear the fans lifting. So if this remains close in the second half, add in the crowd as a bit of a factor as well to maybe potentially get Upper Ferntree over the line, because it's season on the line. If they don't win this, you can rule them out of finals calculations.
Yeah. So which way? I tipped Upper Ferntree Gully at the start of the game, not without too much confidence, but I'm still sticking with that. And if they can get a couple early, as I said, they're going to be very hard to peg back. Which way are you going from here?
Well, you might have been on the money. I actually think they could hold on from here and hit the scoreboard early straight away will help. I'll stick with what I tipped at the start with Oakleigh District. Still not out of it. But again, first goal is just going to be so important.
All right, chance to get some scores as we get ready for the start of the second half. Let's go around the grounds with Brash.
Sorry, Brett. Half-time, it looks like these scores are at... we'll start off with Division 1. Doncaster 5-2-32, trailing North Ringwood 4-9-33. Mitcham 5-3-33, leading One Turner South 3-3-21. And Park Orchards have hit the front for the first time this afternoon. They lead 5-5-35 to South Belgrave 4-5-29. Let's have a look at Premier Division at the moment. Nothing in the system from Blackburn and Norwood, but our last, I think, was 9-10 to 4 straight. East Ringwood 11-3-69. Half-time here at Chirnside is Chirnside 6-4, Kilsyth 3-2. In Division 2, let's have a look at Div 2. We have... okay. We've got Croydon 5-3-33, leading Ringwood 1-3-9. Heathmont 3-7-25, leading Templestowe 1-5-11. Mulgrave 8-3-51. leading East Burwood 2-2-14. The Basin 2-1-13, trailing Lilydale 4-1-25. Baronia 3-11-29, leading Waverley Blues 2-2-14. In Division 3, we have Sylvan hitting back at half-time, 7-2-44.
The hoodoo's real.
It's real. Upper Gully 5-8-38. Knox 4-5-29, leading Domvale 2-3-15. And Coldstream 5-4-34, leading Warrandyte 1 goal.
All right, Brash, I'll just cut you off. We have to go to a break and then we'll come back. We'll get some more scores as we go through the rest of the game, and then we'll come back with the start of the third term in just a moment.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM.
So start of the third term as the umpire throws it high, up they fly. No one got the ruck that time. Pearson ran past it. Might have got a push, but the umpire sees play on in Ferntree Gully. Upper Ferntree Gully. I've got to stop doing that. Go inside 50 for the first time. And this caught up. Tackle made on the ground. McDonald it was, who was tackled. So, as we said before, if Upper Ferntree Gully could grab one early or two early, it's going to be quite hard. We're predicting maybe a 7 or 8 goal game as the ball goes up. Warren got shoved out of the way there, and the umpire sees play on. There's the kick forward, difficult to mark. Wasn't picked up by Wilson, but he does well. Second effort, and he's found a target as well. That was brilliant play. Fantastic play by Braden Wilson. He didn't quite get the mark the first time round, but he scooped it up. You can see it on the replay. So, yep, that was great work. He picked it up on the second go, and then he hit a target. So Bailey it is. He's already kicked 2. So let's see if he can add to that. He's kicked 28 for the season, so 30 counting the 2 that he's kicked today. Here's Bailey, left foot up, on its way. I think he's pushed it across the face. He'd be disappointed with that, even in these conditions. Probably should have kicked it. Goes through for a minor score. So 29 plays 20 as we go down to the boundary with Scott Hardy.
We're back out here, boys. The rain's still staying off, which is pleasing to see. But from injury news, Brandon Condick, he basically said he just caught his ankle underneath him in a tackle, but just had it strapped through that quarter, and he'll be back on.
Oh, yes, the kick in was spoiled or intercepted by Travis Strange. Inside 50, Upper Ferntree Gully go. Manson up against 2 Oakleigh opponents. And the ball will be seen out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Right forward pocket for Upper Ferntree Gully, who are kicking to the left of your radio dial. Oakleigh District to the right in this third quarter of the Eastland match of the round. Season-defining Division 3 clash out here for both the Kings and the District as Warren got the tap down. Pearson up against 2 Upper Gully opponents. Strange just danced his way past the couple. Goes the check side looking for Bullock. It's Bailey who's out the back. Bullock might still get hands on this ball. Was he held without it? Not according to the umpire, and there's going to be a ball up. Left forward pocket for Upper Ferntree Gully. 2 minutes gone, third quarter. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they lead by 9 points. Kick the first minor score through their co-captain Rory Bailey as Ward. Looking there for Harvey Meyer. Ball not going anywhere, and it'll be tossed up. Same spot as it was before, so Upper Gully pressing hard in these early stages of the third quarter as Warren got the tap down. Ward might have gotten Boots a ball. He has. As Meyer's kick is out of bounds, or might be a boundary throw in here. It is. And Upper Gully will have a forward 50 stoppage on their right forward pocket, Besto.
So umpire to throw it back in. They could have at least got a new ball, one that's not quite so wet and heavy. It looks like they're using the same ball. Makes it a bit hard. Up they go. It's Warren was trying to get to the bow. He's worked his way to the front spot, but he might have conceded a free kick here. He has, so it's going to go the way of... No, the umpire says let's throw it in again. So... It's been hard for the umpires to throw it in. Often the ball hasn't quite reached the rucks because of the nature of the ball. Bit of a nil draw in the ruck that time as it's on the ground. Trying to pick it up was... it's a goal. It's a goal for Upper Ferntree Gully. Now, who kicked that? I think it might be Bailey again.
Might be Miller.
Okay, let's just have a look on the
replay. I thought Blake Pearson rushed that through.
I did too. That's why I was a bit confused. There's Pearson. He missed it. And then socket through, and that is number 38 for Upper Ferntree Gully, so that is Miller. So Matt Miller it is.
Oh, it's a behind.
No, it's a behind.
Yeah.
Everyone's confused. All right, so there's no goal. Let's go down to the boundary.
Yeah, definitely touched by Blake Pearson, but Oakleigh need to learn how to push that ball through when it's getting on the goal line. Just put it through, boys. They don't need the extra goals in front.
As the ball's on the far side now, the intercept mark taken by Travis Strange. There's a bit going on off the ball. Pearson just looking to clear. Was a bit ginger to get up was Ryan Pearson. The Stranger's kick was a dangerous one. It couldn't find his teammate. Invites the Oakleigh pressure. And this ball, true centre half forward, it is now for Upper Ferntree Gully. Will be tossed up. 4 minutes gone in this third quarter. They hold a handy advantage in these conditions as Ward got the tap down. And it's the clearance here for Bailey Meyer, looking in the direction of Josh Mason, who applied the tackle on Tex McIntosh. Oakleigh District managed to keep it in play, but to their detriment, inside 50 goes Russell Cowan to the hot spot. It's Strawn who might have been out the back there. Now getting hands on it was Atticus Todd. Pearson just kicked it off the deck and picked it up really, really cleanly, did the coach. He's under plenty of pressure. He still manages to escape the Oakleigh Upper Ferntree Gully pressure, but turns it over. Wilson goes inside 50 or near 50. It ends in the hands of Ed Manson. Kick is almost a rainmaker. And the mark drop there invites Josh Mason to pick it up. He can't. And Oakleigh District will be able to clear through Tex McIntosh, bursting away from the stoppage and looking in the direction of Ethan Hunt. Goes up against Darcy Meyer. It's Meyer who won out. And I think going to be a boundary throw, and it is.
Boundary.
Right half forward flank for Upper Ferntree Gully. Let's cross down to Scott on the boundary. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yeah, so we're clean with that possession by Blake Pearson. Probably Oakleigh just need a few more of him on the ground. He's doing everything front and back.
Just going to say that he's been absolutely sensational. Just love watching him play. He's a very, very classy player. He's come from the higher division, so not too surprisingly. And it's a free kick going the way of Oakleigh District. Might get some stats from Paul in a moment when he's ready. So umpire to, the Oakleigh District side put it forward out towards the wing, and it's going to be close to the boundary, and it's going to be over the boundary, I think. Eventually, sometime. It's over there now. I'll have a throw. Let's go to Paul and get some stats.
Yeah, Upper Ferntree Gully have dominated the forward territory in this third quarter. They lead the clearances 3-0 and the inside 50s 4-0.
Thank you, Paul, as the umpire throws it back in. Good contest on the ruck today. Warren, I think, again, got the tap down that time. Oakleigh District soccer it forward as it's the go today. Not really a day to be trying to pick it up, although you can do that, of course, if you're got hands like Blake Pearson as the ball comes out. And that's going to be a stoppage. Players diving in all over. In fact, it does come out in the end. That was surprising. In fact, it might be a free kick to Bonacci. Chips it across. There is Blake Pearson. Puts it onto the boot and just dumps it forward. And let's see who's at home inside 50. Clean bowl was one of the defenders. That was Karajik Powell. Still there for Oakleigh District. Pearson again. He couldn't quite get it that time, but it's been just rushed, knocked forward, and they'll be happy with the stoppage inside 50 here, Oakleigh District.
Since Pearson's moved up onto the into the midfield and on the ball, he really has sort of led from the front. He's really trying to will his side at the moment.
Class act as the ball goes up in the air. The ball comes out of the contest. Snap at goal. Not going to get there, but they could be a mark taken or almost. And they'll be happy with a stoppage, I'd say, here, Oakleigh, as it goes over the boundary. Might not be over the boundary. I can't quite see it. It's going to be a ball up, I think. Yep, umpire says we'll have a ball up in the right forward pocket.
So Oakleigh now have it in their attacking half. Their first foray forward in this third quarter. Warren won it down looking for Black, but turns it over, and so do Upper Gully. The mark taken by McIntosh.
I don't know if that was 15.
Well, it's still going to eventuate in a shot on goal for Tex McIntosh, who has come across to Oakleigh District as well this season. Kicked the 2 goals in the Oaks colours. This will be a very crucial opening goal of this third quarter. Just decides to set it up to the hot spot. Meyer applying the spoil. And tapped through by Travis Strange. Minor score leads Oakleigh to 3-3-21. Upper Ferntree Gully 4-6-30. 8 minutes gone third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That's why it's going to be so hard for a side to come back if they get too far behind. I mean, on a dry day, that would have easily, well, not easily been a goal, but he would have easily got the distance, but he couldn't even get the distance on that occasion. Pearson, his handball has gone to astray, and it's in the hands of Upper Ferntree Gully as they try and get hands on it, but in the end, it's the other Pearson, Blake, who dives on it, and we'll have a stoppage. So, I mean, kicks of like 20 metres, which you would normally expect to go through and, get the distance, are coming up short. So, up it goes. There's the ball coming down on the ruck. No real advantage to either side there as it comes out. Upper Ferntree Gully happy just to hack it out of defence. You can see it just stopping in the mud there. They run past it, and that'll be a high tackle, I think. It was Hudson who was collared. And the umpire says we'll have a free kick eventually, going the way of Oakleigh. So Hudson, haven't called his name too much today, but he gets a chance to pop it up to the hot spot. Can someone get on there? Oh, brilliant. No, it wasn't marked. I thought it was he got a fair piece of it. It's been socketed forward. And he's missed the ball. And in the end, I think it is a goal. That was a comedy of errors.
I reckon that was Cochrane.
And we'll give it to Cochrane, will we?
That was Cochrane.
Yep, so Cochrane it was. Boys on the boundary, thank you for helping us out. It just stopped, and that's just going to be how it is in this for the rest of this game. And it was just a matter of someone to get their boot on it. And then it was Cochrane who kicks his 24th goal of the season. And Oakleigh District, they get a much-needed goal back to a 3-point lead as we go down to the boundary.
Yeah, certainly most of the forward 50 to your right of the screen is just mud. So that ball, if it hits the deck, it's just going to drop into the ground, and got to be careful in that area of the ground.
They really have grinded their way back into the contest here, Oakleigh. Hasn't been pretty, but it's been effective.
Yeah. We said that before, though, didn't we? It'd be like a workmanlike game rather than a fancy game.
As there goes Ward with another hit out over Lucciarelli. Ball not going anywhere, though, from the centre stoppage, and we'll have it tossed up. 10 minutes gone in this third quarter. Upper Gully lead 4-6-30. So Oakleigh District 4-3-27 in this Eastland match of the round. As Lucciarelli won it from behind, Hawkins is going to run onto this. Got the kick away on the cricket wicket and finds Ethan Hunter, who's now a true centre-half forward. Eye starting inside 50. Got Heath offering a lead. It was just overcooked the kick. Heath manages to get the kick off the ground, though, and Upper Ferntree Gully are eventually able to clear, although there will be a ball up, true centre-half forward for Oakleigh District.
Lucky not to get a free kick there, Meyer.
As this ball tossed up, Lucciarelli down to Ethan Hunt. Ward intercepted it and got a kick away to Strange. Just shrugged off his opponent and managed to get it away to his teammate who goes down the line. The mark taken there by Atticus Todd on true centre wing, far side. His kick, well, it's almost like a bowling ball going to the right up, whole forward flank for Oakleigh, Upper Ferntree Gully. It's Oakleigh who compose themselves for now and rewarded with a free kick. It'll be Dylan Hilton at the left half-back flank for them. He had a handball option there in Hudson, decides to ignore him, instead goes down the line looking in the direction of Apostolopoulos, who applies the pressure there on Travis Strange, but again did really well, did Strange, as he goes down the line. Hilton's there, sees it out of bounds. Love a boundary throw in true centre wing, far side out here at Kings Park.
So a couple of minutes of play and we've pretty much got nowhere. We're almost back where we started, so that's going to be the feature of the rest of this game as it has been so far. 12 minutes gone in this third term. And the margin is 3 points. Oakleigh just hanging around. That last goal they got was pretty important. And we'll have another stoppage as everyone dives on the football. As we said before, if Upper Ferntree Gully had been managed to pinch a couple early, this game might be over, but they're scrapping hard, Oakleigh, and they're right in this as the ball is knocked out of the ruck contest. Nicely done there by the big Lucarelli. And bouncing around, can someone get there? Diving on it there was Miller. I thought it might have been Meyer, actually, for Ferntree Gully or Upper Ferntree Gully, and the umpire says we'll have another stoppage.
It seems ironic that when Cowan went off the game, the momentum of Upper Ferntree Gully's sort of stagnated a little bit. It hasn't been as prevalent early on in this third quarter, and I think Upper Gully are really missing his drive around the stoppages.
He's certainly gone out of the game a wee bit. Strange it was as the ball goes down into the contest again, trying to dive on it. Going past it there was
that was
there. Condick. And he's got, in fact, he's given away a free kick, and it's going to go the way of Oakleigh District.
So they have it on true centre wing, far side, looking for Pearson. No mark taken from him. Myers wrapped up. Looks like Cowan's still on the bench now for Upper Ferntree Gully, so it'll be interesting to see if he comes back on into the contest. He's been absolutely superb when he has been on. As Strange is wrapped up and gives away the free kick. The strong tackle applied there by Oakleigh District's ruckman Patrick Lucarelli, who just decides to bang it on the boot. It's inside 50. Meyer was there, was taken high by Hamish Heath, and he'll have this ball around the right back pocket here for Upper Ferntree Gully. He looks in the direction of the far side. The mark was dropped there from Oakleigh District, so a chance gone begging. It's Strange who pounces down the line. It's a foot race once again. Lamidi up against Strawn. The boundary wins out, and we'll have this ball tossed in again. Same spot as it has been for most of the last couple of minutes, at least, in this third quarter of the Eastland match of the round.
Travis Strange has worked very hard in that back six for Upper Ferntree Gully this afternoon as well.
He's probably been my second best on ground for Upper Ferntree Gully, just done a mountain of work in midfield, as has Hawkins, whose handball wasn't a great one, and Upper Ferntree Gully are about to prosper potentially from this. They can't. For now, Bullock on the ground though, got it out to Braden Wilson. Some nice handballs here from Upper Ferntree Gully. It ends in the hands of Richardson, who
Bailey's in trouble. I reckon he's pulled a hammy.
That's a bit of a concern there for...
Yeah, I was watching him run there. He couldn't stretch out.
As this ball, in the meanwhile, will be tossed back into play. He's still running.
Yeah, but he looks like he's in a bit of strife, though.
This ball tossed back into play. Ward looking for Cowan, who's back out onto the ground now. He might follow up his own work here. No, he doesn't. Condich takes the intercept mark. Great to see him back out onto the park. Had a handball option, and Meyer ignores him. Just decides to send it to the hot spot, looking for Bullock, and Hilton got the spoil and sees it out of bounds. He's also had a pretty decent game in defence as Dylan Hilton.
So we'll have a throw in. That'll be a big loss if Bailey has to go out of the game. He's kicked 2 goals today. Hopefully just for his sake, just maybe a corky or something as the ball goes in. It's a bit of a 0-0 draw in the ruck, and the umpire's fact has found a free kick, and it's going the way of Upper Ferntree Gully. So this is no, I'm not going to say it, but this really should be fairly kickable. Going back and taking the shot will be Luke Strawn.
I thought that might have been play on, really. I didn't think there was much in that. I think both players were sort of feeling each other out.
So the umpires decided that it was Upper Ferntree Gully, it was Oakleigh who transgressed. So this is a big kick for Luke Strawn from not too far out and in front, but he's made a hash of it, but we'll cut him some slack as we have done for most of the day.
He's kicked a goal.
He's kicked a goal. Sorry, I was looking at the I thought he'd pulled it. I saw it come off the boot, and it looked like he'd skewed it, but it's gone through for a goal. So that's a terrific effort. So a much-needed goal for Upper Ferntree Gully, and they get it out to a 9-point lead So just kicking away again, and we've had 16 minutes. These quarters are going so fast out here in the third quarter.
Well, there's a goal against them, against the play, really, because Oakleigh District have dominated probably the opening 10, 12 minutes of this quarter.
My apologies. So Luke Strawn gets his first of the day, and the margin out to 9 points, and as I say, 16 and a half gone third term.
27 goals in the reserves this season. Luke Strawn, his first senior game today, and he gets on the scoreboard out here at Kings Park as back up in the middle we go. The tap down from Archer, but the follow-up one from Lucarelli. Love a ball up. Brasham scores.
Mini comeback by Noble Park. East Ringwood 11-3-69. Noble Park 5-4-34.
Oh.
As the ball pinballing around in the middle of Kings Park, and we'll have another stoppage in the centre square, or centre circle, I should say, of Kings Park. As back up it goes. Lucarelli got it down to Francesco Bonacci. Had a pretty decent outing. The kick will end in the hands now of Russell Cowan, just running away from the congestion and getting the kick inside 50, looking for Atticus Todd, who was spoiled from behind. Got the handball away to Harvey Meyer, whose handball was an errand one, but some good pressure from Upper Gully, and they are rewarded.
Good tackle there.
That is a terrific tackle from the Kings, who will get this kick on the right half forward flank. It'll be Harvey Meyer who has possession of the footy inside 50. The intercept mark dropped there by Dylan Hilton. Oakleigh have the numbers on the ground and clearing his lines is Connor Morgan, maybe temporarily. McIntosh did really well there against Braden Wilson. Still managed to keep it in play, did Tex, as he goes down the line. And out of bounds it goes. Score, Sprash?
Div 1, Doncaster 6-2-38, North Ringwood 6-11-47, Mitcham 6-5-41, Wanturna South 3-4-22, South Belgrave 4-6-30, trailing Park Orchards 6-5-41.
So ball back in the contest again, and we're going to get another ball up, I'd say. Oh, there's Cowan trying to bullock his way through. He got taken to ground. Might have been a case for in the back there, and in fact he's got a free kick, so it was in the back. So Cowan, he was on the bench for a while, but he's come back on the ground now. He was so good in that first quarter. Goes down the line, finds a target. Has he paid the mark, the umpire? Yes, he has. And it's going to be, who was that over there?
Harvey Meyer.
Harvey Meyer again.
Harvey Meyer it is. So
he's had a monstrous third quarter, Meyer.
He has.
He has. So Harvey Meyer, this is a tough kick though. A tough kick if it was dry.
He kicks, this will be goal of the day.
Doubly tough in these conditions. Didn't even try. Just popped it into the pocket. Mark not taken. Ball close to the boundary. And he goes in well in Harvey Meyer and just makes sure that it's across the boundary line. Happy with the stoppage. So they can reset. So we've had 19 minutes gone. So we're getting close to time on. And it's a 9-point lead for Upper Ferntree Gully.
At least the boundary umpire's getting plenty of practice over that side of the ground.
Yes, indeed. He'll be getting a dead shoulder as the ball goes in. Warren almost got his hands on it, but he couldn't do. Taken out of there by one of the was taken out of there by Cowan. Sorry, it was Lamidi, should I say. And it's gone through for a minor score, so one more to the total. Or is it, in fact, a throw-in, I think, or a kick back into play, should I say. So it's in the hands of Oakleigh, and they'll bring it out of defence.
It's Hilton with the rebound, 50. True centre wing, he goes. Upper Gully. They're up against 3 Oakleigh District opponents, and they do well to lock it up right in front of us in the broadcast position. True centre wing. There's might be a bit of sun popping out.
Oh. I think that's one of the floodlights.
As in the meanwhile, Russell Cowan just trying to bustle his way through. He can't. And there's a bit going on off the ball as well. Harvey Meyer trying to give it to Francesco Bonacci, but he can't. Umpire will call for it once again. Archer with the big leap. Warren won the tap down, looking for his coach Pearson. Strange sees it out of bounds. Brush.
Div 2, Croydon 5-5-35, Ringwood 1-3-9, Heathmont 3-7-25, Templestowe 1-7-13, Mulgrave 8-3-51, East Burwood 3-2-20, The Basin 2-1-13, trailing Lilydale 5-2-32, Baronia 5-14-44, leading Waverley Blues 3-3-21.
As Warren got it out of ruck, just chucked it on the boot, found Mark Stevens, who's worked his way up the ground. His kick was a high up and under one, and it's taken by Hamish Heath, who calls Darcy Meyer to go back on the mark. Heath goes into the goal square looking for Connor Cochran. Stevens trying to run onto it. And Graham was as well. Brush some scores again.
Another Premier, Blackburn 13-9, 87, leading Norwood 4-1-25.
So we'll have this ball tossed back into play, right forward pocket for Oakleigh District as they look to cut the margin once again to 3 points at the 21-minute mark of this third quarter. They might get that opportunity. Apostolopoulos! There's the Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender, Dina Apostolopoulos. I nearly butchered it this time. And it's Oakleigh District cutting the margin to 3 points, 5-3-33. Upper Ferntree Gully, 5-6-36. 21.5 minutes gone, third quarter.
So that was well done by Apostolopoulos there.
So every time you think they're going to kick away Upper Ferntree Gully, Oakleigh just get the crucial goal to keep themselves in the game. Let's go down to the boundary.
Not sure of the injury just yet, but Mitch Potts went down to the rooms. He's back in the jacket now. Looks like he might be ruled out for the rest of the game, but we'll follow up.
Thank you, Ryan. So that'll be a big blow. I mean, there'll be one down.
And Josh is right. The sun has come out, so he can see clearly now.
Really?
It's gone.
Gee, that's an aberration.
So back in the middle, the umpire throws it high. 3-point game. It's just there for the taking. Heath it was, he dived or tried to dive on the ball, but it came out. And the umpire says we'll have another stoppage. So we've had 22 minutes gone. Oakleigh District hanging around. They're only 3 points at adrift as the umpire throws it up again. Up they go. Ball comes out of the ruck and it's won by Upper Ferntree Gully, but it's smothered into the hands of McIntosh, who gets his kick smothered. Then it was in the hands of Wilson for a time. Now it's coming out towards this broadcast side. It's that man who had such a good game in the first quarter, Cowan, and his calls for a free kick, but I don't think anything's going to be...
I reckon he's dodged a bullet there.
Deliberate every day of the week.
He threw it from about, I don't know, he's probably 10 metres inside, but the umpire's given
I didn't see Upper Gully player in sight.
The benefit of a very small doubt as the umpire throws it back in. They win it out of the ruck. Nicely done there by Ward. I suppose on a day like today, they are a bit more lenient. Marked there by Hawkins. He's gone a bit out of the game, Simon Hawkins, but he can still play a big part in this last term. Now it's marked over there by number 19 in Hunt. Hunt will pop it up to the hot spot. Can they get a mark? Nalani for a Upper Ferntree Gully player, and that player is Darcy Meyer, and he'll bring it out of defence.
I think there's three of them in this side, Myers.
There is.
Been impressive, Darcy and Harvey Meyer as well in defence and attack as Ward tried the tap brush.
Yeah, Div 3, Coldstream 8-4-52, Warrandyte 1 straight 6, Knox 5-6-36, leading Domvale 4-3-27, Surrey
word.
Park 7-9-51, leading Sylvan 7-4-46.
This ball about to be tossed back into play. Right half forward flank for Oakleigh District. It didn't reach either of the ruckmen. As the clearance now taken by Upper Ferntree Gully, it's another one, and the kick is out of bounds on the full there. And the beneficiary of the free for Oakleigh District will be Cooper Hudson, who has it right in front of us in the broadcast position. His kick wasn't all too flashy. Trade is forced to concede it out of bounds, Brush.
And Div 4, Churnside 6-4-40, leading Kilsyth 5-4-34. Nunawading 5-5-35, leading Forest Hills 4-5-29. Scoresby 7-15-57, leading Croydon North Emlock 1-4-10.
As this ball tossed back into play, Ward down to Francis Connolly, goes to the right half forward flank for Oakleigh District. Meyer diving onto the ball and locking it up really well. We'll have a stoppage.
So, gee, that Donvale result could be an interesting one. Would that be their first loss? I think it will be.
If they do lose, yes, Brett.
And not the side that you would have expected them to lose to, but as we say, the conditions today making things a bit of a lottery as the ball is socked forward by, it's going to go out of bounds. That might be deliberate. Let's wait for the umpire. No, he's giving them the benefit of the doubt as we go back down to the boundary.
Yeah, I can guarantee you they're not calling one. There's been probably 3 or 4 that are 100% being deliberate, but umpire's not calling any of those.
It's fair enough too. As we go to Paul, get some stats.
The inside 50s this quarter are 8 apiece and the clearances are 7 apiece in this quarter.
Yeah, you'd be a hard man to call deliberate today in these conditions. Sorry, Brush.
I was just going to say, I think the way the stats, the way Paul's called them, basically reflects the way this quarter's really panning out.
So Cries,
very even quarter.
And Cries a ball, but they won't be. Oh, he's paid it. It's against Cowan. That's really. I thought that was going to be just let go. Pearson is puts it on the boot. They might get a mark here, and they do. So suddenly a slightly contentious free kick. And it's been marked by Cochrane, who will go back, and this, believe it or not, would put Oakleigh in front. He'll take some kicking, though. He doesn't even try, I don't think. He's just going to put it across the face. Juggling mark over there, not taken. Still on the ground, but they'll be happy with the stoppage, I think, in this position. and they'll get it. So opportunity here if they can manage to shark this one. And someone's done a, who is that? Number 24. It's one of the Pearsons, I think. No, Heath. It is Hamish Heath. He's hobbling quite badly, and they couldn't afford to lose him because he's been very good. So boys on the boundary will keep an eye on him as the ball goes up. Nicely won out of the ruck there by Cochrane. Back into the ground, and we'll have another stoppage. So the children's birthday party in full swing behind us. 26 and a half minutes gone, and it's a 3-point lead. Upper Ferntree Gully at home, needing to win this one effectively to keep their season alive up against Oakleigh District. And we'll have another stoppage as the ball is again wrapped up on the ground. So Cochrane it was, good in and under there. By throws it up again, can they get it? Clearance. Cochrane got the ruck tack that time, but it's been taken by one of his teammates, but not cleared. Hamish Heath it was again, he's been terrific today. So up it goes. This time it's Upper Ferntree Gully, and they managed to get it out this time. I'll stab it out towards this broadcast side, but that will be it because the boundary, or the sign at least, has beaten them. And three-quarter time, and I tell you what, this game is still very much up for grabs. A three-quarter time score. It's the home side in front, 5-6-36 to 5-3-33. Let's find out who the goal kickers were with Josh.
So the major goal kicker, the only major goal kicker for today, Rory Bailey with 2 singles to Travis Strange, Luke Strawn and Isaac Wright. For Oakleigh District, all single goal kickers. Dean Apostolopoulos, and Connor Cochrane, the only goal kickers in that third quarter for them, alongside Mark Stevens, Francesco Bonacci and Simon Hawkins. Vesto?
So 3-point lead to Upper Ferntree Gully. There could be maybe a couple more goals in it, tops, you reckon, and it's going to be a very tight last term. We'll come back and find out who's going to take this one after the break.
Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kings Park as we get set for the start of the final term, and I'll tell you what, it's up for grabs out here. 36 plays 33, Upper Ferntree Gully with a 3-point lead, and their season on the line. As we mentioned before, they need to win this game really to have any chance at all of making finals. Not quite the case for Oakleigh, although I'm sure they'd want to win this one. But we'll come and get the last quarter underway very shortly, but a good opportunity to catch some scores. Brash?
Three-quarter time, East Ringwood 12-5-77, leading Noble Park 7-6-48. Down to you, Ryan.
I've got the Oakleigh District assistant coach, Pete Maynard. Pete, much better quarter after a bit of a slow start, certainly working your way in, very grinding your way in tough conditions, and now just 3 points in it.
Yeah, that was a much better quarter than the first one. I think our endeavour throughout the game has been picking up. We're a little bit slow to get started, getting used to the conditions. But as long as we can keep up that endeavour, I think we've got a chance here. So it's just a matter of making sure that we keep up our pressure around the ball, and when we get the opportunity, push it forward fast instead of trying to finesse too much.
Blake Pearson's been massive again, your senior coach, and will he play the majority of this last quarter in the midfield?
Oh, he'll rotate through midfield and forward. We've down a couple of troops on the bench, so our midfield rotations have been affected a little bit, so you'll see him in the middle and up forward most of the quarter.
Big last quarter to come. All the best.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Down on the boundary, and Scotty's over at the Upper Ferntree Gully huddle, so we'll get some thoughts from them in this very, very shortly. But 36-33, Brash.
Boundary.
We'll go down to Scotty now and get his thoughts on that from the huddle.
Yeah, long chat by Mark there. He's just saying to the boys that he just wants to use the whole ground, look for the shift of the ball. He just felt like they went a bit in their shell. He's going to make a few changes. He's going to look at Curtis moving into the ruck and Archer moving up forward.
Interesting. All right, we'll see how that affects things. So we're just about set to start this fourth term. And a 3-point lead for the home side. Goals will be at a premium in this last term, and Josh Ward will get us underway, seeing as the umpire
boundary
gets the ball up in there. Quickly back to the boundary.
Just alongside Potts, that is out for the rest of the game. It's a Lucarelli, is the second Oakleigh District player out. So 2 rotations down will make it a little bit tough, but much better third quarter, as we said.
All right, so that puts the pressure on Warren, certainly, for this last term. And he's on the ruck to start with. There is the siren, and the umpire says, let's get it underway.
Warren up against Karajik Powell to start this final quarter. Warren won the first hit out. Nearly running onto it there was Benacci. It's Pearson, his coach, applying the tackle as the rain starts to come down once again out here at Kings Park, making it a potentially tougher task for Oakleigh District to get on top of this contest. Benacci with the nice double tapper there. And umpire calls play on as Cowan clears the stoppage. Turns it over though. The intercept mark taken by Dean Metropolis. Looks to go inboard to his coach, Blake Pearson. Probably been Oakleigh's best in this contest as the 2-time Chandler medalist, the former Norwood man, as his kick. Russell Cowan nearly intercepted it, but Mitch Trade did really well to keep it ahead of him and might still have possession of this footy. He isn't. Meyer just working hard in the trenches, and umpire will call for it. Left half forward flank for Oakleigh District as the rain, it looks like it might be coming in sideways. Back up we go. Warren the backwards tap in the direction of Simon Hawkins. Spun his way out of trouble. The kick is a very high up and under one. Umpire called play on. It was touched off the boot, and Upper Ferntree Gully go back to this centre wing looking for Ed Manson, who's corralled to the boundary line by Cooper Hudson. And we'll get this ball tossed in, true centre wing, broadcast side.
So not getting any better out here weather-wise, but let's go back to the boundary. Scott Hardy.
Yeah, without looking, it is definitely coming in sideways, and the sun has definitely gone.
I think that's the last we'll see of the sun today, that's for sure. So the ball comes into the ruck. Ball socket off the ground, no clear winner there. And Benacci going back, he was tackled. It was a fair enough tackle because he had the ball for a moment, but then it spilled out. And the umpire said fair enough, and we'll have a ball up. So first goal of this term will be very, very important, particularly if it goes the way of Upper Ferntree Gully. If they get out by more than 2 goals, it could be a tough one to pull back. Hawkins makes the tackle on Catalano on the ground, and the umpire says we'll ball it up. So up it goes again. Warren gets great work by Warren on the ruck there, just too strong for his opponent, wins the hit out. They don't quite get the tap though, as the ball was there for Trait for a moment, now it's out of bounds. As Blake it was, he took it over, and we'll throw it in again. You can hear the rain coming down through the effects mic. And of course, if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, wherever you might be around the globe today, there's the umpire throwing it in. Gets nice and high in the ruck contest. There's the ball coming to ground. Warren goes in, tries to get hands on it. Comes out, little soccer forward by Hawkins. Now it's Bonacci who had it. Oh, brilliant. What strength by Bonacci. He just ripped it out of his opponent's hands, but I think he might have given away a free kick. He has. So a display of strength, not coming to too much. And Upper Ferntree Gully to come forward. They'll send it inside 50 or almost. In fact, out on the full.
Tell you what, this boundary umpire's getting a thorough working over this afternoon.
I reckon both boundary riders.
This young man on this side, I reckon he's had more throw-ins than I've had cut lunches.
His arm will fall off when he goes home.
He's done a magnificent job, as have all the umpires today. As Warren won the hit out to Blake. Pearson manages to get boot to ball. The tackle applied there by Isaac Wright. Cost down boundary side to Ryan. Thanks to Tone Brothers.
Yeah, just the other thing that's lifted is the wind. That's picked up in that last quarter. Not sure if it's favouring either side, but it's going to be hard to kick goals.
As Pearson sharked the hit out. Trait got the handball from Pearson. Looks in the direction of Connor Cochran, who's been a bit of a live wire inside forward 50 for Oakleigh District. Applies the really good tackle. And umpire will call for it. Left half forward flank for the District. They trail by 3 points, 5-3-33. Plays 5-6-36 Upper Ferntree Gully. 4 minutes gone in this final quarter in the Eastland. Match of the round as Warren won it down. Just tapping it forward to Oakleigh District, but they won't be able to get this clearance. Strange on hands or knees. It's right. His kick wasn't all too great. Got tackled there by Harvey Meyer, and umpire will call for it. Ball hasn't moved too far. As Oakleigh look to hit the lead for probably the first time today, as Karashik Powell went the kick off the ground, might receive this ball from Kondic, who doesn't. Umpire will call for it once again.
So we had such high hopes for this one when the game started. As early as a different game, it's sort of 3 quarters in as the ball goes up high, taken out of the ruck there by Warren, got his kick smothered, finishes up going into the middle of the ground. They really could do with a goal here. Oakleigh, that's sort of stating the obvious, I know, but if they could get in front, they might be hard to stop. Here's the ball, just bouncing around over there, nicely picked up by Strange, and he might have been done for holding the ball here. He's been good in this game, Strange, but he got just overpowered there. Harvey Meyer going to the hot spot. Who's there? There's no one really there. In fact, it was the big man, number 31, who dived over the top there in Cochran, and now it's going to go through for a minor score. So they do get the score, but not the one they want. Nevertheless, one more to the total. It's back to a 2-point game at Upper Ferntree Gully by 5-6-36 to 5-4-34 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're coming up to just over 5 in the last 2.
Yes, Upper Ferntree Gully with the kick in, look to go to this broadcast side. As Darcy Meyer went up against 2. He corralled Dean Apostolopoulos to the boundary line, and we'll have this ball tossed in back into play around 70 metres out from the Oakleigh District goal line, Brash.
East Ringwood 12-5-77. Noble Park Spirited comeback 8-6-54.
They're doing well to cut the deficit here at Noble Park after giving up a pretty handy head start to East Ringwood. This ball will be another ball up. Karashik Powell from behind, got the smart tap down. It ends in the hands of Trader, was wrapped up by Isaac Wright. A couple of Upper Gully and Oakleigh players come in as Hawkins manages to clear the congestion. It doesn't favour Oakleigh though. And it's one of the Myers who manages to get the ball clear. They're moving it not as cleanly as they would have liked, Upper Ferntree Gully, and they turn it over. Jacob Warren been really impressive in ruck when he's been in there. As coming in from behind there was Atticus Toll. Couldn't take the mark, and a bone-crunching tackle. And it's holding the ball. That says the umpire. Boundary side to Ryan Long, thanks to Tone Brothers.
Luca Rally back on the ground. There's a 25-metre.
Oh, boy. And it's going in the direction of Connor Cochran. I'm not 100% sure what that was for, but Cochran, who kicked a goal, 1 or 2 goals for Oakleigh District in that third quarter.
Gee, that was a really good tackle by this man. Hopefully he can be rewarded with a goal here.
They certainly can. The former Glen Waverley Hawk still has plenty of potential as one of the younger players in this Oakleigh lineup. He comes in now from directly in front. And as I say that, he's kicked it out of bounds on the full.
While we're at it, Josh, Blackburn 16-12-108, Norwood 5-3-33 at 3-quarter time.
So that's heartbreaking stuff for the Oakleigh fans. They might have thought that would have put them in front, but as I say, in fairness, it's very, very tough today. Hawkins it is who gets his hands on it, puts it forward, but they've got to get a goal from somewhere, so unless it's right up basically on the goal line, they're going to have to kick one at some point. And the hands there of, I think it's Todd, couldn't quite tell who's from his number, as the ball is out towards the far side. Now it's forward again, and mark not taken. Ball bouncing around, in the hands of that's well done. It's been taken there by Black. So Black will go back and have a shot as we get some stats quickly from Paul.
Yeah, they're all over. They're all over Upper Ferntree Gully, Oakleigh District. They've had 6 inside 50s to zip to start this final term.
So they've certainly started impressively, but they've got to score. Black, this is an absolute must. Let's see how he kicks it. He's hit it okay, and he's got it.
Yeah.
He's put it through, so Black, that's the goal they wanted. And that's Black putting the Oakleigh District side in front. And you can hear from the Oakleigh District faithful, they're pretty happy about it as well. 6-4-40 to 5-6-36.
Boundary.
8.5 gone. Let's go down to Scotty on the boundary.
The boys also getting around Dylan Hilton there. Just took the play on and got that opportunity for them to have that set shot in front of goal.
Well, it's taken them 98 minutes to get in front today, Oakleigh District. If they kick the next one, I'd almost think that they could probably wrap the game up.
I reckon so, and that's a Tobin Brothers goal of the day, contender from Simon
Most
Black.
definitely.
In absolutely pelting conditions, just chucked it on the boot and it went through as Oakleigh win this clearance. Lucharelli down to Ryan Pearson. Myers going to run onto this ball, forced to throw it on the boot. It might end in the hands here of his teammate. It does. Travis Strange looks to go inside 50. Luke Strawn's out the back up against Raheem Lamidi. And the boundary line beats both.
Like, it's interesting. We were saying in the second quarter when Ferntree Gully were up by 21 points that if they kicked a couple of goals, Upper Ferntree Gully could have put it away, and now Oakleigh are in front. So
Look at
how
that,
the tables
rain.
are turned.
It is absolutely remarkable, the rain out here at Kings Park as it continues
Still
to
a long
pelt
way to go.
down. There is indeed, as McDonald got the handball away to Brandon Condich. High up and on the ball, up the chimney, doesn't go anywhere, and the ball is taken out of bounds by
Almost
Russell
got a
Pell.
bit of a hurricane, Josh.
It almost is out here at Kings Park. It isn't. Friendly conditions, that's for sure, for the players and for our two boundary riders who are doing a magnificent job down there, braving the conditions. Thanks to Tobin Brothers as Lucharelli won the hit out. Travis Strange, another clearance, goes inside 50 to the left forward pocket. Mason around this. Strange will pick up this ground ball, does it pretty cleanly. His handball was intercepted by Cooper Hudson and it's seen out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throw in.
Tell you what, it's a messy game, but it's on a knife edge, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
4-point leads, and goals, as we said, are going to be a premium. I reckon that 8 goals might be about right. I said 7 or 8 would be about the margin, or about the mark. And that could well be it. Even maybe even 7 might.
Well, we
get it
say
done,
8 goals to 6 was
yeah,
probably.
It's going to be pretty close, I think. In
Holding
the
the ball here, boys.
Oh, holding the ball. So we've got a free kick going the way. While we look ahead, we need to stay in the present, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Upper Ferntree Gully. So this could put them back in front. Who's just taking the kick? It is going to be
Strawn, I believe.
Strawn.
Ray Baird's given us a score at 3/4 time, and he says it's freezing up at South Belgrave. Well, suck it up, Princess. You wanted to go up there.
You chose to go up there, so Luke Strawn, he's kicked 1 today, and this will put Upper Ferntree Gully in front. He's not going to get the legs. Almost a mark taken in the goal square, but it's still there as they try and spin away. It's there for the taking, and it's been hacked out. Who's going to take this one? It's almost marked again. It's an almost sort of game, isn't it? So many players almost taking marks, and that'll be a stoppage, I'd say, as they all just dive on the football there. And Matt Graham it was, who was over the top, and he's quite happy to wrap it up. So opportunity here for Upper Ferntree Gully to snatch the lead back. Ball comes out of the ruck, and they've got possession of the ball. They go backwards into the hands of Wilson, who gets dispossessed, and Oakleigh have got it out, and they just thump it away, but it's going to come back. Mark is taken. So in the hands there of Harvey Meyer. His kick is not going to find a target, but they may still get hands on it. They do. Good work in the middle of the ground there. They still kept possession. They did really well there because that kick wasn't great. Now the kick going back with a flight there was Meyer. It's Darcy. Good courage from him. Ball out towards the boundary. Nicely picked up by Wilson. His handball goes astray, though. And he's diving on the football there. That's real courage from one of the Oakleigh District players. We'll wait and see who that is. And he gets a pat on the back as well. I think it's Potts. So he just threw himself in there. No regard for his personal safety. In fact, it was Black, Simon Black. Up it goes. One out of the ruck there again. Upper Ferntree Gully. They get it forward. Bouncing past Hawkins. He couldn't quite get hands to it there. Trying to dive on it there was Francis Conley. All sorts of calls of free kicks, etc. It's a tackle without the ball. It's a mess.
Oh, that was a square up.
So in the end, it's a free kick to Upper Ferntree Gully. What a mess.
And it's Darcy Meyer who'll take this free kick. One of the better Upper Ferntree Gully players. There's Travis Strange, got a handball over the top to Wilson, receives it back, some slick play from Upper Ferntree Gully in some pretty trying conditions. They move it really well through hands. They'll have to get the kick inside 50 now, surely. They can't. Oakleigh's pressure is good in their defensive 50, and they manage to kick it out of bounds. They'll have this ball tossed back into play.
Quick three-quarter time score, Josh. Park Orchards lead by 10 points, 6-9-45. South Belgrave 4-11-35.
So some great stuff there from Park Orchards, who were trailing at quarter time.
Yeah, so I was going to say they were trailing early on.
But they've done really well to get on top in the contest. There's out here at Kings Park. It's Harvey Meyer with the kick. No, in fact, that was Bailey Meyer and the intercept mark taken. Really strong intercept mark by Francis Connolly, who certainly had his moments as he has it on the left half-back flank here. Looks to go to centre wing on the broadcast side. Cochrane coming in from behind. His spoil went into Ward's hands, but it now is with Oakleigh. Hawkins tried to don't argue, but was corralled by Bailey Meyer out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throwing brush.
Just a couple of scores in Div 2. Baronia have kicked away 11-19-85. Waverley Blues 4-4-28, and Croydon look home against Ringwood 7-5-47. Ringwood 2-4-16.
As this ball tossed back into play, neither ruckman could win a hit out. Hawkins the clearance, intercepted by Wright, goes to true centre half forward, where he's got a player in Josh Mason waiting all by himself. Oakleigh just trying to dig their way out of the trenches. They can't. Umpire will call for it in the centre square of Kings Park.
Josh, Heathmont 3-12-30 inaccurately, but they're still leading Templestowe 2-7-19. Not looking good for the Stows there.
I thought today might have been the day for a Baronia upset. They were trailing, well, it was close early on, but they've kicked away even in the conditions. Don't think anyone's going to beat Baronia this year as the tackle is made on the ground, and we'll have a stoppage. Our media manager Ryan Long will be very happy about that.
Love all sides equally, best hope.
That's not what you tell us, but we're not on the mic, so the ball comes out. Little soccer forward into the middle of the grounds. Up for grabs. It's been soccered forward there again. Who's going to get to this one first? One of the Oakleigh District's players diving on the football there. It was Cochrane towards the boundary, and it's on here. It's really on.
Some spot fights. Gee whiz.
Bit of feeling.
So, I tell you what, we might get a yellow card. No, maybe not. It's just a bit of a...
Bargy and/or Bargy.
Yeah, bit of a 50-50 one, that one. Brash, quickly some scores.
Knox 5-11-41, Donvale 5-5-35, Surrey Park 8-14-62, Sylvan 7-5-47.
I tell you what, it's just getting worse as the game gets on. There's really no chance at all of getting any clear air when the ball gets thrown in. Down to Ryan Long in the boundary.
Just seeing Russell Cohen come back on and Travis Strange off with season on the line, 4 points in it. I'd imagine both players got to be out there in the last 10 minutes of this game.
Absolutely, they do. They've been crucial to the two best players for Upper Gully when they have been on the park today, as this ball is still locked up, Rush.
Coldstream 13-4-82, leading Warrandyte 1 straight 6.
Another big victory looming there for Coldstream out here at Kings Park. Ward just slapped it off the ground. Trait will run onto it. Bullock sees it out of bounds. This ball tossed back into play right in front of us out here at Kings Park. The Eastland match of the round. Oakleigh District leads 6-4-40 to Upper Ferntree Gully 5-6-36, 16.5 minutes gone, final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ball tossed back into play. Ward got front position and took it out of ruck. The kick off the ground there from Graham found the hands only of Oakleigh, who cleared from half back. Meyer might run onto this. It's still worked out well for Upper Ferntree Gully, who have two around this ball. I think that's Harvey Meyer, whose number is all muddied up now. Ethan Hunt just tried to bustle his way through, can't. Umpire will call for it. right where it all began out here at Kings Park. This ball tossed up, Warren from behind, another hit out. Been ultra impressive.
That should be a free kick.
And it is a free kick indeed.
That should be 25 as well.
Going to Harvey Meyer. It should have been. It is Harvey Meyer who will take this free kick. Ward got the shepherd in as Meyer's kick was a really good one. Umpire call play on. Meyer just went off the deck. Wilson looking there, or ducking his head and getting the free kick. Umpire calls play on. Ryland Bullock there inside 54 Upper Ferntree Gully, and it's seen out of bounds by Darcy Grant, and we'll have a boundary throw in right half forward flank for Upper Ferntree Gully. Let's cross down boundary side.
You've got to pay that for Josh Mason in these conditions to hold on it for that long. He needed to be paid the mark, surely.
I'll tell you who I'm paying a free kick against. This runner, he keeps running in front of the ball all the time. He's blocking the view. Get off! So up it goes. There's the ruck contest. Ball on the ground again. And that'll be a secondary stoppage. There's two of them out there, and they keep running in front of the contest.
I'll let him know, Besto, that you don't want any messages delivered and you just want a high-def broadcast.
Well, if they could just sort of, get out of the range of the play. But
I don't think they're even sending messages. It's all they're taking towels out to wash the players.
Harden up. So Upper Ferntree Gully get it again. Cowan it was. He turned around and get it on the left boot. It's not going to get there, but it's still, I tell you what, it's gone through for a point. That was classy by Cowan. He's been very good today. Spent a bit of time off the field and they missed him. As we go to Brash with some scores.
Churnside 8-5-53, leading Kilsyth 6-6-42.
Where's Van Noonan at?
9-9-9.
I've been told by...
9-9-9. What's your emergency?
Apparently Blake's left.
As the kick in, it's at the right half back flank now for Oakleigh District, right in front of the scoreboard. Retreats Upper Ferntree Gully 5-7-37. Oakleigh District 6-4-40. Just about to tick into time on in this final quarter. 19 minutes gone. As Oakleigh managed to clear their defensive lines. For how long though? Cowan around this. All the class, all the composure in the world. Goes inside 50. Hudson out the back. No, it's Ryland Bullock. Showed some dash. He can't take complete control of the ball, and Hudson sees it out of bounds. So a missed chance there for Oakleigh District, Upper Ferntree Gully Brash.
East Ringwood keep coming. Noble Park keep coming. East Ringwood 14-5-89. Noble Park 10-6-66.
Comebacks on as boundary throw in. Graham trying to spin his way out of trouble. Can't. Umpire will call for it. Right forward pocket for Upper Ferntree Gully. Or right back pocket, I should say, for Oakleigh District. And a chance here for Upper Ferntree Gully to retake the lead. They've had it for most of the day, but not for most of this final quarter as they just continue to move it forward here. Hawkins at the bottom of that pack. And the good tackle applied there on Hawkins by Stephen Edmondson. Second senior game today for Edmondson as Ward just got a big fist to it. Trait with the clearing kick. Maybe not from defence as Meyer came in from the side. Hunt playing for the free kick. And we'll get it here. Ethan Hunt, umpire calls advantage because Pearson found a player on the outside. And that player is Dean Apostolopoulos. Goes down the line to the right half forward flank. Really good mark taken by Connor Cochran, who's come to life in this second half for Oakleigh District. Goes inside 50, looking for his coach, Pearson. It falls out the back for Darcy Meyer, who manages to get a handball away. And Upper Ferntree Gully clear their defensive lines. Hunt coming in from behind. Affected the contest. Oakleigh now have the numbers as Travis Strange intercepts it, just throws it on the boot. Goes to this centre wing on the broadcast side. Karashik Powell around this alongside Darcy Grand, who sees it out of bounds right in front of us. Brush.
Blackburn up by over 100 points now, 20-13-133. Norwood 5-3-33.
Wow, I don't like seeing that. I'll tell you what, I hope they've got good showers out here at Upper Ferntree Gully because that's going to be a very popular place after the game. And it goes as the ball is one out of the ruck, almost one Warren. He sort of got to the front spot but couldn't do a lot with it, has been the case. Cowan taking the tackle by Hawkins.
Imagine the clean up afterwards.
I know.
Yeah, the boundary riders may have to do interviews from the showers. They won't want to come out.
No, so there's the throw up again. Hawkins again gets a little soccer off the grounds. I tell you what, Imagine if Upper Ferntree Gully get a kick after the siren in these conditions. You wouldn't, it would be, even if it was just 10 metres out, you wouldn't back them in, Brash.
Yeah, Mitcham 1964. They look home against Wanturna South 5-7-37.
Down to the boundary.
Yeah, you're right, Brett. The ball is just so heavy now, and you've probably noticed in this quarter, it's not going very far every kick. So important that they gain some territory very quickly, Upper Gully. Season on the line.
Do you guys reckon there's another goal in this?
Yeah, but I reckon it's going to go Oakleigh's way.
Yeah, this right.
Well, if Oakleigh get the next one, that's a free kick to Cowan. As he gets one in the back, that will be the game over. So Cowan needs to play on pretty quickly. He's had a good game as he turns around and just thumps it well. Does his best to get it forward. Bouncing around. One of the Oakleigh players taken there. It might be a free kick. Was he legged, I think? I'm not sure. It's a free kick going the way of Oakleigh.
I don't know if there's 2 goals left in this game. No, I reckon there's only one.
Only one. Yeah, 100%. So Connolly has it for Oakleigh.
So they'll need to get moving here, Upper Gully. As Ryan mentioned, it's season on the line for them as Hilton with this ball. Left half forward flank he goes for Oakleigh District, and the mark taken by Connor Cochran.
There's only 2 minutes on the clock.
As he goes inside 50, time is running out now for Upper Ferntree Gully. Is Meyer on hands and knees. It's turned over here. Cowan just trying to burst his way through and will get a holding free kick here. So they play on immediately. Do Upper Ferntree Gully. They've got the numbers out here. Harvey Meyer in the middle of Kings Park. With not too much time left, he absolutely has to go. It's still in the centre square out here, and Bailey's around this ball. And it's locked up in the centre square of Kings Park. There's not too much longer left out here in the Eastland match of the round. Oakleigh District leading 6-4-40. Upper Gully 5-7-37. Season on the line. Season defining game for the Kings. As Ward got it down to Meyer, who's wrapped up by Trait.
Minute to go.
So
60 seconds left, we believe. So
it is going down to the wire out here at Kings Park. In this 5th v 6 clash. Ward, the tap forward. Pearson with the clearance though. Upper Gully have the numbers around this ball, but they lose. Darcy Meyer under some pressure from Francesco Bonacci. They're doing really well here. Oakleigh District, as Black managed to get it backwards. They might be able to hold on here. Bonacci just throws it on the boot. That's Pearson. It's a party time out here at Kings Park. And they'll be holding the ball free kick.
That's it, I reckon.
I think you are right there, Paul, and it'll be Ryan Pearson.
I think they've preempted the victory.
They've gone
too early as Pearson looks for his brother Blake. Was he pushed out illegally out of it? He wasn't.
No, he played for that one.
Well, he's kicked it.
He knows how much time's left too.
Well, he's kicked it to the right position too.
But there's not too much longer left in this Eastland match of the round, and it looks like Oakleigh District will hold on here as Warren got it down. He follows up his own work and will tap it out of bounds. No, he doesn't. It's now seen out of bounds and will have a boundary throw in.
So not long to go, and unfortunately for the home side, they're at the wrong end of the grounds. They need a miracle, really. They've got to kick a goal somehow, but they're just going to run out of time, I think, because they just really can't go coast to coast. You wouldn't think in these conditions. Umpire to throw it in. As the ball is knocked away out of the contest there. Cowan goes in and makes the tackle.
Close one at Trams here.
About to go.
Doncaster 8-3-51.
There it is. All over. So there is the siren. Heartbreak for Upper Ferntree Gully out here today. They just couldn't get the ball down the other end quickly enough. And Oakleigh District have, well, I tell you what, you hear of hard-fought wins, but today really would be at the top of that, and they've taken the game out today. We predicted it to be low scoring, and that's the way it was. Oakleigh District 6-4-40, defeating the home side. Upper Ferntree Gully 5-7-37. Josh, tell us about the goal kickers.
So the only major goal kicker in the end for the day was Rory Bailey with 2 goals, both coming in the first quarter. Singles the rest of the way for Travis Strange, Luke Strawn and Isaac Wright for Oakleigh District. All single goal kickers for them. Simon Black, Dean Apostolopoulos, Simon Hawkins, Francesco Bonacci, Connor Cochran and Mark Stevens, the goal kickers for the district best though.
I tell you what, you've got to feel sorry for the Upper Ferntree Gully players. You can just see the look on their faces. They have tried their heart out today, and particularly in these conditions which have been so sapping. I mean, look at the faces, and they know how important this game was, and it's almost an impossible task for them. Now, they'll be 2 games out of 5th after losing this game today, so it would take a minor miracle for them to get to finals from here. And so they were absolutely gutted. But look, they tried their hearts out. It was a really difficult conditions for both sides. Not one of the great spectacles, but somehow, Brash, it was an absorbing game, even though it wasn't great to watch. There were so many stoppages, a lot of mistakes, but it was gripping stuff, wasn't it?
It was, and I think really the turning point of the game was when Blake Pearson in that second quarter decided to inject himself into the contest. I think he just changed the dynamic of the game 100%. And just gave Park Orchards. It's just
we've quickly moved to another ground.
He's gone to another game already.
Oakleigh District a different dynamic and impetus moving through the rest of the contest, Josh.
Absolutely, he did. He was the difference. Simon Hawkins, I thought, was also really impressive. We'll get to our votes later, but there were so many good players on the day in these trying conditions as well.
As we get a bit of Sydney Lauper pumping through the...
the girls' team's coming out. Upper Ferntree Gully. Bayswater playing Upper Gully.
Okay.
So that is as we go down boundary side to Scott Hardy, who's got the Oakleigh District coach, Blake Pearson, alongside him.
Yeah, got Blake alongside me. We'll see if we can hear it over the music. The party's kicked off over there. What a game. Ripping contest between two sides that just wanted the win.
Yeah, absolutely. You could clearly see what it meant to both sides today. Obviously, pretty trying conditions, and to keep them to 2 goals, I think, after quarter time, I think was a real good effort to our defensive unit. We fixed a few things up, and we just put together a win.
And we were saying put yourself into the mid around the second quarter, and then that sort of seemed to change a bit of the momentum. That first quarter, Upper really had the upper hand.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a few out the back. We spoke about that before the game, and then obviously I came up into the contest, and I think as a group we lifted after quarter time.
And from halftime, was there a different sort of message in the sheds? Sort of that game plan sort of seemed to change a little bit, and you seemed to play a bit more dirty footy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we noticed in the second quarter if we just put it as far as we could out the back, I think, and use our speed, it was just a territory game and allowed us to set up behind the ball.
Well, thanks very much for your time. Enjoy the showers and good win. Thanks, mate.
So Blake Pearson, the coach, the player coach of the Oakleigh District side, and what a great win for them. A side shows its character when they can win on a day like today, and that's really given them a bit of an impetus going forward. They didn't necessarily need to win this game. It was more Upper Ferntree Gully, but it's a very important win, and it keeps them right in the playoff or the finals contention. As the players just waiting for the coach to go through, they just probably want to get to the showers, but
they're waiting for the Bayswater girls to come out.
They are too. Sorry, the second women's team to come out. Geez, they're going to find it pretty difficult. 3 games before them, that ground's going to be
now.
Yeah. So here they come, the girls. And probably wish the game had been called off, truth be known, but they have to come out and play in it. So
they'll enjoy it. They've put together a great season of the Bayswater Division 4 side on return to the women's competition. I think it's inside the top 4 they sit, and Upper Gully bring their women's side back into the competition, which is terrific to see as Oakleigh District just about to enter the rooms. And
yes, we'll get the song very shortly.
Thanks to Tobin Brothers as well. Is the song Saving Lives. James McLeod doing a great job as well. It's pretty good contest out. Good contest, as we've said, and Oakleigh District, they put 1 foot into another finals berth, back-to-back finals berth, which after their first season is a pretty terrific achievement. Let's cross down to Scott Hardy, all down to the boundary as Oakleigh District sing the song.
Get the song, boys.
That's the longest song I've ever heard. That was like the extended remix.
Sounds like an American cheer squad song.
I think it's the Sydney song as well, but then the addition in the inclusion, it's almost like an American cheerleading style there. But they absolutely belted it out there, Oakleigh District, the song there, brought to you by Tobin Brothers.
All right, so we'll wait for some more interviews, which we'll probably get in due course, but a chance to go around the grounds, Brash, and get hopefully some final scores.
Yeah, well, not final, but East Ringwood 14-690, Noble Park 11-773. So that's a good comeback by Noble. Blackburn 21-15, 141, leading Norwood 5-3-33. So that game is well and truly dusted. Let's move into Division 1. And we've got, at the moment, looks like South Croydon. Doncaster 8-3-51. Have been defeated by North Ringwood 8-14-62. Mitcham look home 12-10-82 against Wantirna South 7-7-49. Park Orchards hold on to still a slender 9-point lead 7-10-52 to South Belgrave 5-13-43. Let's move on to Division 2. And Croydon were well in front as we were finishing up, and looks like they probably have walked away with a victory over Ringwood at this stage, 9-5-59, Ringwood 3-4-22, so you'll say Croydon will win this. Heathmont have kicked away, 5-14-45 to continue. Templestowe's miserable run, 2-7-19. Mulgrave 13-4-82, easily beating East Burwood 3-5-23. Lilydale home against the Basin, 8-3-51. The Basin 4-2-26. Baronia just keep going on from strength to strength. They've had 38 shots at goal. They're 16-22, 118 to Waverley Blues 5-4-34.
Wow.
Let's go to Div 3. We've got obviously the result here. Coldstream have won by 87 points, 15-5, 95. Warrandyte 1-2-8. Fair Park have put paid to Ferntree Gully's finals hopes with a 9-point victory. Fair Park 10-5-65, Ferntree Gully 8-8-56. Knox have created inflicted the first loss of Donvale. They've got up by 5 points.
Wow.
Knox 6-11-47 defeated Donvale 6-6-54.
Unbelievable.
And up at Sylvan, Surrey Park will get the chocolates. Won't worry about no hoodoo.
Yeah.
11-18-84. Sylvan 8-6-54. And obviously the result here, Oakleigh District 6-4. Upper Ferntree Gully 5-7.
Hoodoo over, Scott.
Oh, disappointing to see. I was really sure a hoodoo existed.
Well.
In all fairness, great congratulations to Steve Buckle and his Knox side. They've had a tough year. And Donvale, they'll be disappointed. They had to lose at some stage, I guess. And better they probably lose now than in the finals. But it was a sort of a day we predicted that could provide upsets because of the conditions. But well done to Knox. That's a great win for them.
And in Div 4 at the moment, Brett, looks like Chirnside are heading for victory. 10-6-66 over Kilsyth. 7-6-48. Forest Hill back in the winners list. 10-15-75 defeating Nunawading. 10-6-66. And Scoresby 95 points up over Croydon Emlock at the moment. 14-21, 105 to 1-4-10, Josh.
And I believe in that Chirnside Park Kilsyth game, Justin Van Oonen has passed the 1,000 goal mark.
There you go.
So
well done.
Well done to Justin Van Oonen.
So at the moment, that's where we're at, Brett.
All right, so that's some interesting scores. The big standout, of course, is that Knox victory. But as we said, they had to lose at some stage, Donville.
Well, Ray Baird was pretty much on the money. He thought that the ground and the conditions might bring Donvale undone today, and he was right.
Mind you, having said that, they do have a really good midfield, so you would have thought the contested game and a low-scoring game like this might have favoured them, but obviously Knox did something right, and that's a great victory.
Yep.
All right, so let's go out. I think we've got an interview coming up. We're just having a look out the window. Josh is pointing, and I'm trying to find... Okay. Let's go to a break, in fact. That's what the boys are pointing at, and we'll come back and hopefully get an interview in just a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kings Park at Upper Ferntree Gully, where the home side have sadly fallen just short this afternoon, and up against an Oakleigh District side. They've taken the game 40-37. Chance to get some final stats in what was a very contested game because of the rain and the wet and a lot of stoppages. Paul, how did the stats finish up?
Yeah, no, look. Have I got my mic on? Yeah, I do. The clearances, they were very even, with Upper Ferntree Gully coming out on top in that 32-29. The inside 50 marks 6-3 in favour of Oakleigh District. The intercept marks were also fairly close, 11-9. The tackles were 52-46, so they were fairly even.
In favour of?
In favour of Upper Ferntree Gully. Oakleigh District won the inside 50s 39-35, and Oakleigh District won the free kick count 24-23.
Interesting stats. You think back to that first quarter, and I mean, we all sort of thought, I sort of thought Upper Ferntree Gully were looking pretty good. Yeah. Until the weather sort of degenerated, because they've got plenty of inside 50s. They had some opportunities. Oakleigh has as well, but I thought they looked like they could perhaps take the game by the scruff of the neck. But in the end, the weather, I think, just changed the whole complexion of the game, Brace, didn't it?
Yes, Brett, and I also think the bigger bodies of Oakleigh as well, I think just wore them down a little bit, and especially in that second half.
And the inclusion of Blake Pearson into midfield. Obviously, we'll get into the votes. He was massive
Josh,
in that midfield, right?
I don't think if Blake doesn't play, they don't win that game, Oakleigh District. And I do feel bad for Upper Ferntree Gully, because they put everything into this contest, and even when Oakleigh District hit the lead, they had a couple of chances, and they never gave up. And their attack on the football in the first half in particular was really strong. So it's unfortunate for them that that's probably curtains closed now on season 2024. But what they've been able to achieve, there's a lot of players still out of this side. They've got the building blocks ahead for next season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do the votes, and we'll go through our votes and get the official word on who is going to do the thing. But before we do that, we'll do the MEG2 Rookie of the Day is the one we're going to look at first. Now, I know you did, Josh. What was your thoughts? You went for Harvey Meyer, I think.
Yeah, well, the players eligible for the Rookie of the Day today: Darcy and Harvey Meyer, Byron McDonald, Buster Todd, Isaac Wright, Ryland Bullock for Upper Ferntree Gully, for Oakleigh District, Cooper Hudson and Connor Cochran, but I'm with you. I thought Harvey Meyer was absolutely terrific in that midfield and working hard in defence. I don't know what you think, Brash.
Yeah, look, I thought both Myers were very serviceable. I thought Cochran was, was good.
I nearly went for Cochran, but I changed
but,
it late.
But I just thought, in the overall balance of schemes, I think Harvey Meyer, number 8, I think was who I reckon.
I'd back in Harvey.
Scott? Yeah, and Paul, are you with Harvey Meyer as well?
Yeah.
So that is Harvey.
He's slightly outvoted if he's not.
Bit of a would have been a lopsided affair.
Unless he was going to stage some sort of coup or something. So Harvey Meyer wins the MEGT Rookie of the Day. Congratulations to him. Let's do our votes and see if we can find out who's going to take out the what's the sponsor for the
Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground.
Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. Now I reckon I've got a fair idea who we're all going to go for, but let's get the official word. Start with our boundary riders. Scotty, what was your 3-2-1? And Josh, your scoring.
Okay, it's definitely warmer in here, isn't it, boys? No wonder you're chirpy about Ray leaving. God, the heat is cranked here. It's delicious. But anyway, I've gone 1 for Cochran. I've actually gone 2 for Pearson, and I've gone 3 for Cowan. I just thought his game for Upper Gully in that contest, he was stand out. He was in and under, and loved what I saw from him, especially from the pump up from the coach.
Yeah, I've gone Strange for 1. Travis Strange, I thought, particularly in that first half. I've given Russell Cohen the 2 votes, and I agree with Scotty, everything he said. I thought he was massive. I feel like they had him on the bench a fair bit longer than they should have. Every time they went off, that's when Oakleigh District start to get in control in the contest. So may have come back to bite them. And I'm going to give the 3 votes to Blake Pearson, because I think at the end of the day, when they needed a leader to stand up, that was Blake, and he took the game by the scruff of the neck. And without him, I just don't think they win. And for me, it's a real testament of the quality of player he is.
Yeah, I wonder if I guess we'll find out maybe later on. But Cowan had to be injured, surely. The fact that he spent so much time on the ground. Yeah. Scotty, you don't think so?
No, I don't believe so. He never seemed to get in the hands of the trainers. I think there was a stage there where he was obviously quite fatigued, made those errors with the kicks and sort of came off. But sort of through that 3rd and 4th, I don't know why he wasn't. And he was standing up. He wasn't sitting down or anything like that. So just a little bit odd to sort of have it. And obviously that. Whether that was part of them, they thought they needed more running of his legs in the last bit.
All right, well, I'll do mine next, just going in order. So I went with 1 vote I gave to Cowan. It was hard, I suppose, because he did so well, particularly early, and he went off for a while, came back on and was brilliant. I actually went with Warren. I thought Warren in the ruck was really, really good. He was quite dominant, particularly on a day like today, and you couldn't go past Blake Pearson. It was absolutely sensational, the coach, and I gave him my 3 votes. Joshy?
Well, my 1 vote I gave to Russell Cowan as well. I thought Travis Strange was slightly better, so I gave him the 2 votes. Can't go past Blake Pearson for 3 votes, though. It was absolutely immense best, though.
Brash?
Yeah, apologies to Meyer and Strange. I've given my 1 vote to Simon Hawkins in the midfield for Oakleigh District. I just thought he did some really heavy lifting, especially in that especially in that first half when they were trying to when he was trying to keep Oakleigh District in the game. These two, they probably split the 2-3. Cowan easily Upper Gully's best player today. Like I said, when he went off the ground, they just lost momentum and never were able to recover from it. And Pearson, class personified. Yep, he just put himself in the contest when he needed to. And he was the catalyst for 3 quarters to lift them over the line, Josh.
And last but certainly not least, down the end, our stats man, Paul. Paul, how did you see it today?
Yeah, I give my 1 vote to Cowan, 2 to Cochran, and 3 to Blake Pearson.
All right, so I think we're pretty unanimous that Blake Pearson wins the, goodness me, the sports cup.
They're trying to drown us out.
They're having the time of their lives out here. Decide the fact
this is quite challenging. The Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day,
and we got 20 minutes to go.
We might as well go over there and join in, I think. What have we got left? A goal of the day.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I just slipped my mind. Who kicked that last goal? The winner for Oakleigh District.
Simon Black. I thought Dean Apostolopoulos' goal in the third quarter was good, but Simon Black, that was in trying conditions. I thought that was really good.
Scotty.
Yeah. Sorry, Scotty.
No, I'll go with you right there. I just thought heavy ball by that stage as well. Heavy legs, big goal.
Yeah, Blake for mine.
Yeah, I went for Blake as well.
So they've turned that music up again, I think.
I had Mitropoulos down at one stage, but I think just the importance of the goal and the fact that he was a fair way out too, and we saw players not being able to make the distance from 25 metres out, and that was probably might have been a 30-metre kick, I reckon.
Yeah.
So definitely Blake, I think, for me.
Thought karaoke was kicking in there for a stage there, or was it just me singing?
I think it is now.
Brash, did you give you a goal of the day? Sorry.
Yeah, the kids are on the mics now. Apparently the singer's sick.
That's right, he was. Yeah, we spoke pre-game, and
they must have put the call out.
Yeah,
it's been answered.
Well, let's go, boys. We'll see who's got it. See who's winning. Australia's got talent.
You could say instead of $150 he didn't have his headset on. And instead of wasting $150 at the AFL, you can come down here and do a karaoke, Ryan.
I know who would love that.
Whispers.
Two mics.
Where is he? Do the call up. We've got one ready for you.
He left early. All right, boys, just go down to Paul as well. Paul, your goal of the day, did you agree with us?
Yeah, I do agree with Simon Black.
So Simon Black wins the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. What awards have we got left, Brian? Ryan?
I think that's it.
That's
I
it.
believe.
All the awards?
That's it. That's our 3 awards. So we'll look to hand those out, and we might try and grab one interview. Have you gone through the scores? Are there any big surprises? Sorry, I missed the score.
Zoned out
their first loss.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Actually, let's do that because a lot of people might just be wandering in the door and they won't have heard the scores. So, Rash, let's just go through the scores again.
Yeah, last call at Blackburn was Blackburn 21. Well, final score here, Blackburn have annihilated Norwood 24-15, 159, defeating Norwood 5-3-33. East Ringwood eventually won by 23 points, 15-6-96, defeating Noble Park 11-17, 11-7-73. I believe South Belgrave have lost to Park Orchards. Park Orchards 8-11-59, South Belgrave 6-14-50.
Closer than you might expect it, though, but again, the conditions might have had something to do with it.
That's a really good win for Park Orchards. So, we had question marks as to if they'll get the job done with South Belgrave getting some reinforcement, but they were able to do so, Brash.
Yeah, North Ringwood have got up by 11 points over Doncaster at Shrams, 8-14-62 to Doncaster, 8-3-51. Mitcham were well in front in the final quarter, 14-11-95 against Montana South, 8-10-58. So we'll say Mitcham are going to get the victory here. Let's move into Division 2. Division 2 was a victory for the top two sides. Croydon 9-6-60 defeating Ringwood 3-5-23. Heathmont 5-goal winner over Templestowe 6-14-50 to 2-8-20. Mulgrave well in front of East Burwood 14-5-89 to 3-7-25, so a comfortable win there for Mulgrave. Lilydale have got up by 25 points, 8-3-51 to the Basin 4-2-26, and Baronia have really put the skids on Waverley Blues again, 16-23, 119 to Waverley Blues 5-4-34. Let's move into Division 3 with the big upset this afternoon, seeing Knox bringing about Donvale's first loss of the season. Knox 6-11-47 beating Donvale 6-6-42. Final score up at Sylvan. See Surrey Park break the hoodoo, or whatever they call it.
The supposed hoodoo.
Yeah.
As created by Scott Hardy and Ryan Long.
11-18-84 to 8-6-54. Fair Park have ended Ferntree Gully's run at the finals this year with a 9-point victory, 10-5-65. And Coldstream inflicted a lot of misery on Warrandyte, 15-5-95 to Warrandyte, 1-goal, 2-8. That's a horrible score for Warrandyte. And in Division 4, we've got victory to Chirnside Park over Kilsyth, 10-6-76 to Kilsyth, 7-6-48. Forest Hill have got up and won this afternoon with a 9-point victory over Nunawading, 10-15-75 to Nunawading, 10-6-76. And Scoresby won by 96 points, 14-22, 106 Brett to 1-4-10 Croydon North Hemlock.
Nice to see Forest Hill get another win. That's
Yeah.
2 for them, in 3 weeks or 2 in 2 weeks? They've had a
I think they haven't won in a long time, actually, this season.
I think
didn't they win just a couple of weeks ago?
No, they
might have had a close loss.
They might have had a close loss.
They've had 2 losses and then this win today.
Yeah,
Their last win came in round 5 against Churnside Park.
That must have been a close loss. I think last week they were right in contention, but they're playing better footy.
Yeah.
And that's good for them.
Tell you what, though.
Yeah.
In terms of percentage, that's for Blackburn. That's
handy.
That's a massive on a day like today.
That is very, very handy.
Very handy.
It'll be interesting to see how many goals Jake Hammond kicked without Toby Wooler. So we heard from Davis Harrigan, who was out there, that he might have gotten close to 500 career goals as well. So, but yeah, a big result there for Blackburn. And for now, they're now back inside the top 5, obviously, with Vermont and South Croydon having not played. And they'll jump up into 4th because their percentage is much more stronger than Vermont and South Croydon, Brash.
Yeah, I wouldn't hang my hat on them too much. They're very inconsistent, aren't they? Like they get a win and you think they're back, and then they're likely to go out next week.
But the thing is now, Brett, Blackburn now have beaten Berwick and Norwood. So they're the 2, when we're talking about those sides in 5th and 6th, 4th, 5th, 6th, those were the non-negotiable games. So Blackburn won't have an easy run now coming into the rest of the finals.
Tougher games to come.
Because they've already played Doncaster East twice. So they've basically played the bottom 4 sides twice. So they're playing all the top sides with 5 to go.
So there still has to be a question mark. We're not saying they won't get there, but just say it's going to be quite difficult for them in the run home.
But all you can do is win, and they did exactly what they had to do today.
And just touching on Division 1 as well, now. Mitcham now up into 2nd after South Belgrave. Didn't get the job done, and Park Orchard's now 3 games clear on top. So I think with 4 games left, they've sewn up the double chance. They've pretty much sewn up top spot as well.
Mitcham have come back by stealth a little bit, haven't they?
Oh yeah, they certainly
have. They've just sort of eked their way back up the ladder.
They have.
Right, and the fact is they're not at full strength, Mitcham.
It's
a scary that Lovell didn't play today, so so they've got players to come back. I think Neil Winnen's going to have about 30 players.
Sorry, Brian, they lose Parente every second week because he goes off and plays in the VFL. So but
he's not at the VFL level. It's the injury this year that's kept him out. But he's to come back in a couple of weeks' time. There's a few players looking to get back for that North Ringwood clash. So they're in a very good spot now. They've got a tough last 2 games of the season, but they beat both Beaconsfield and Park Orchards the first time. So they're going to have no fear going in against those 2 teams. And for Park Orchards, as you said, that's a massive win for them. And we had 4 tips for South Belgrave on the podcast. We thought that this was the conditions might suit them. Mitch Cox comes into the lineup. That's a massive win for Park Orchards. And Brash, I'll question to you. As good as Montrose and Beaconsfield have been in patches, if that's the ladder and they're 4th and 5th, do you give either of those sides any chance, or do you think this now becomes a 3-horse race?
I think it becomes a 3-horse race. I put it this way, because those 2 have got to play next Saturday, and the thing is, they're already got the knowledge of what's happened this week. That's already going to be permeated their mind, and the thing is, that's going to put some pressure on them.
So Montrose and Beaconsfield play next week?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be a cracking game.
What I'm saying is, because they had the bye.
I thought you meant
now the pressure's on them.
Yes.
Because because Mitcham won today, and so did Park Orchards.
Yeah.
So in effect, it's taken 1 position out of that top 5 out of reach for them.
I wonder who Mitcham have got in those last 2 games, because Ryan's just ducked
away. So they've got Beaconsfield at Walker Park, and then they travel to Dominique Reserve to play Park Orchards, because their first meeting was out at Walker Park, which was a match of the round, of course, and Mitcham just took.
And that was why I think a lot of people went for South Belgrave, because Park Orchards on that day didn't handle the wet conditions. But today they've probably gone up to one of the heaviest grounds in the comp. Right, and they've had, obviously, it probably would have been a titanic struggle.
It would have been 100%, but maybe they learned their lessons from that game against Mitcham, which obviously they were definitely outclassed in particularly that first quarter. But
I still wouldn't write Mitcham off in those 2 games. They'll be tough games, but I'd give them a chance in both.
Absolutely.
Look, they're put it this way. At least with Mitcham, they're going to bring something to the table every Saturday, whereas unfortunately with Montrose and Beaconsfield it's a bit of a licorice all sorts.
I just like Mitcham. I just think they've just got a great all-round side them, and they'll get, as you say...
they're building nicely again, Brett.
Yeah. Lovell didn't play today. You've got the likes of Caulfield down back. You've got your Wren. You've got Jesse Cherry. Who else are there? I can't remember all the others. But
Halos.
Yeah, that's right. So
certainly.
The Halos, yep. Jackson and...
I don't think Nick played today, so
No.
but do we want to move on to Division 2?
Yeah, let's go on.
Yeah, and now for the ladder, Mulgrave and Waverley Blues, they're both on equal points in 3rd and 4th, so the double chance is now open for Mulgrave, who's 2 games clear of Templestowe and Ringwood as well. As I know Scott Hardy's a very happy man about that, but this was... I think I had East Burwood as my roughie because it was a game that Mulgrave did drop earlier in the season against them, but clearly they've grown since that day, Ryan.
Josh, it's a mature win, I'd say that, because the conditions like this, you're playing a side that really has nothing to play for besides spoiling other people's chances of finals, and they've slipped up on these games before, not just this year, but in previous years as well. And they came away with an important victory for their club. Puts them into a good spot. They've got a couple of tough games. They've got Ringwood to play in the run home, which will be an 8-point game. I think they've already played Baronia twice, already played Waverley twice. Croydon they've got again, I believe. So they've got a couple of big tests. But for me, Brash, mature win, and just starting to have a little bit more faith in them that they might be able to hold that spot in 4th now.
Yeah, most definitely. I think probably the story of this weekend is the horrific form that both Templestowe and Waverley Blues are in at the moment.
Is that a final score, 3-2-20?
Yeah, 2-8.
Wow.
2-8.
2-8.
Right. And Blackburn kicked, and Heathmont kicks 6-14 and win by 5 goals.
Yeah, I think the demise of the Waverley Blues has been quite incredible. Because they just, sorry, Scott.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, with Brash, if you're looking at Templestowe, though, like that's been their biggest issue is behinds. They've kicked so many behinds this season.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably more than any other side. We spoke last week. I think it was like in the last 2 games, they kicked like 18 and 17 behinds.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
Look, but the thing is, you look at Baronia, they've had 39 scoring shots, 16-23. Right, Waverley Blues welcomed those key players back into the side. And the one thing I thought about when they named them, those guys would have been horrifically needing the run after being out for such a long time. But Waverley Blues, their last game, they kicked 2 goals 7 against Ringwood. They're in their form. I mean, you'd almost feel like at the moment that both Waverley Blues and Templestowe, right, are sort of false 3rd and 4th position
they
sides.
may not hold those spots. I mean, they've still got, Waverley Blues have still got one of the best forwards going around in Josh Williamson, but he's obviously just not getting the supply out of his midfield.
And Mulgrave could sneak it. Basically, Mulgrave could sneak in through the back door now up to 3rd.
I like Mulgrave. I think they could be, I definitely think they're a big chance. They've got the form.
Josh, just on the ladder again, can you go back to that? Is that updated on the Play HQ app?
Believe that is updated.
So
on
where
page.
does Heathmont sit?
They're now a game behind Templestowe and Ringwood. So they're...
I would back in Heathmont over Templestowe to make finals from here. If you're going to pick one of the 2 sides just on form. Templestowe's last couple of games, and this is coming off before the bye. They had a pretty good run before that Baronia game, and were looking like maybe they were the second best side in Division 2, but they've really dropped off and they're struggling to score.
But Heathmont's run home, they've got Mulgrave, Baronia, East Burwood and Croydon, so...
Forget about it.
Yeah. they could still make it, though. They might get the job done, but...
Jeez, I wouldn't want you as my lawyer. He gave up pretty quickly.
See, and that's the thing, like, you look at, I mean, who was that you just said? Whose run was that?
That was Heathmont's.
Right. If you look at what Tempe and Waverley, they'll to win the flag, they have to win every game now. I just can't see them, neither one of them two.
Not a chance.
Neither one of those 2 might not even make the grand final.
No, there's a good chance, I think. So. Absolutely.
I don't think so.
I think now that I think it could be a Baronia Croydon grand final.
I think so too. Do we want to touch on Division 3 and more importantly the breaking of the hoodoo?
What was the final margin on that one?
30 points.
Okay.
So
we got 3 minutes, so let's
let's make it quick. But I mean, the biggest talking point from the from all the results has to be Donvale Knox. I think we talked about it, and Ray might have had Knox as his roughie, and he was right. They've been super impressive ever since that game against Coldstream that he saw.
Yeah, their form was, leading up to this game was really, really strong. But to actually go up against a Donvale side that haven't lost in about 33 games, that's a whole nother level to reach that. The Magpies, I actually think that's a good thing to lose a game now.
It's the game they needed to lose.
Yeah, I 100%. I'm always a fan of not going through the season undefeated. Bronya lost one this year, lost one last year. Donvale now have lost one, and they lost one last year, same thing. So I think that probably... You'd rather this happen now than come into a September game where it's a close, tight contest and you haven't been in those situations very often. Better for it to happen now.
It's not going to be the end of the world. I mean, it's great for Knox. I mean, they'll be very happy. But Donvale, as you say, they're probably going to lose one at one stage. They've lost it today. I'm not saying that the conditions played a big part, but the conditions today just led themselves to upsets all over the place.
Yeah, but this was 100%. Always looked like it was going to be a bit of a banana peel game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Brash, I'll put it to you today. If we saw one of these sides here who probably will finish 5th in Oakleigh District, if they've got to play Knox in that elimination final, they've got a long way to go if they're to win that final.
There's chasms between 4th and onwards. And like I said, I still think that Knox could be the surprise packet. Now that they could be the surprise packet.
I certainly think so. I reckon...
Finals run.
I think they can win their first 2 finals at least, because they're all against Oakleigh District most likely if it's an elimination final, and then it's either Coldstream or Surrey Park most likely. There's still mathematically a chance.
If it's Surrey Park, that'll be an easy win.
Yeah, I think it'll be a lot easier against Coldstream than it will be Surrey Park.
I'm kidding you.
Steady down, Tangles.
I just think... look, I just think really... I think really now... when the Knox players walk into that club room after the game, their self-belief will have gone up 250% today.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And the thing is, like I said, they're coached by one of the very best coaches in the competition. And put it this way, they'll be girding their loins, Knox, ready for the next taking.
All right. Well, on that note, we might start wrapping up here.
Yeah,
because,
let's wrap it up.
Yeah. it's been a really interesting day.
He's had enough of himself, Brash has.
I have. I've had enough of myself.
Oh dear, he's a man of he's a sort of Shakespearean almost with his words, Brash. So thanks to everyone for their efforts. It's been a tough day out here at the Upper Ferntree Gully.
Speak for yourself.
The two boys on the boundary that have gutsed it out today. Ryan Long, our media manager,
guys.
Scott Harding, great effort for you boys today.
Yeah, 3 votes.
I was just about to say that.
Some of us turn up.
I wasn't going to go that far, but
3 votes for the umbrellas, boys.
I'll give them one.
Lee can have 1 vote. Scott 2, 3 for me.
3 for the umbrella.
Paul Yucati, he's done a great job on the stats. Paul's our unsung hero because he keeps an eye on everything and he makes us sound really good. Wayne Brasher on the special comments, as always.
Thank you.
Very insightful. My co-commentator today, Josh Ward. Great to call with you, Joshy.
Always a pleasure to call alongside you, Besto, and it's great having both you and Brash back in the match of the round as well.
Thank you, mate. And of course, behind the scenes, we couldn't do it without our Master Lee Green. He keeps us all in check. He pushes the buttons. He makes sure the vision gets to air. And we had Lincoln on camera today. Fantastic effort by him. Megan away today, but Lincoln was on camera, so fantastic job by him.
Megan was still working. She did.
She was. That's right. She did too. Sorry,
yeah.
I forgot about that. So that's just about it for us. Thanks for your company this afternoon. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll do it all again.